Happy Friday, everybody. I am going to introduce our panelists for tonight. We have Miss Inaz, Coach K, Tan, Cheeky, Trigger Mike, the AP, and Mr. Marcus White. My name is Shan Monet, formerly known as Shantae, and this is a Chic critique. Hey, guys. You can unmute now.
Hello.
So,
What's
what
going
up?
on?
Nothing. You guys, let me just tell you, I'm going to be winging it tonight because these are all my thoughts. Like this, the reason why this topic is in my head is because something happened to me this week. Okay. And so it was like a couple of things that kept happening over and over again. If you guys, did you guys see the Pearly versus Hafiz show?
Part
Yeah.
of
You
it.
didn't. It's okay. We've seen it before. But basically, I started to read the comments. So basically, the part that got me was the part when Hafiz he's like all about traditional marriage. He promotes being married, and then Pearlie is just like basically saying, there are some downfalls to marriage from the men's side. And so then I read the comments, and people were like, "Oh yes, Pearlie told him," and I just did not realize so many men were against marriage. So then I had to think, well, what benefit really is a relationship to a woman without marriage? Meaning the commitment part. If you listen to everything the manosphere speaks about women, about after you turn a certain age, your value goes down, and all these other things they throw out there. It wouldn't make sense any other way to be in any other relationship besides a marriage. So that's what made me come up with this topic. Is any other relationship besides a marriage beneficial to a woman? What do you guys think is the first question? I'm just going to come out with the meat.
Is there a way you want to go about this, or
I really would like I would like to hear the men. I was going to say I want to start with the women, but I do want to hear the men's perspective because I think men think they know so much about women and they have no clue. Our brains are like we're so much more complicated than you guys can even imagine. So yeah, give me your idea on what. So do you think that other relationships, whether it be a situationship, friends with benefits, life partnership, long-term relationship, are any of those relationships beneficial to women?
I'll start off by saying that anything other than a marriage can only benefit a man. The actual marital contract is for women to honor women. Anything else is strictly to benefit. It's only benefited a man. You gave up your body. Most of the time, you rent out your womb. Other time, women are allowing a man to use their body to masturbate. But if it's not a marriage, if he don't marry you, it's not beneficial to a woman.
I'll throw a caveat on it. I think that according to the women in Miami, them sugar baby relationships, and if you trap somebody with a baby that's gonna get you $300K a month in child support, they might feel it's beneficial. But outside of that, I can't really see another way that it would be beneficial.
Let's talk about average. We're not talking about the millionaire that you got to find behind a rock. You got to go to a seminar to even just run across him, or if you don't live in a major city. We're talking about the average guy that you'll run into at the grocery store. You have access to when you walk outside, assuming that you're not in a major city.
No, I don't think it's any benefit to it because what they say, like most 8 out of 10 women haven't had an orgasm before. So situationships and Netflix and chill don't benefit them. If you like somebody and you doing everything to try and become a girlfriend and you never get the title you want, you leave with her feelings, so that don't benefit you. Um, maybe, but it would have to. So I was gonna say maybe a long-term relationship, but that would be something that had the prospects or would be closely resembling a marriage. So those kind of in the same, you know what I mean, the same lane as far as moving towards it. You disagree, Cheeky?
all relationships with men benefit women? Like if it's a good man, it's benefiting that woman easy, guaranteed.
Can you give
Now,
examples?
for example, I don't have to be married to a woman to be a help to a woman, to aid a woman, and not require these certain things. It just depends on the man that you're dealing with. If you're dealing with a stand-up guy who's willing to show himself as a quote unquote provider slash protector, even with the average salary, she's benefiting, right? Because it's not as if women aren't looking for some form of leadership. Do you want a man? Is it fair to say that most women, just in a very general sense, want their men, whoever they're going to interact with in a relationship, to have more than them or equal, which means that she's going to be having less? I'm not saying that's a problem, but that's how she wants the situation. Is it fair to say that most women want their man to be older than them? The implication of being older is more wiser and having more information and having more, which means she'll be having less, which means you'll be a teacher, she'll be a student. Not saying that something's wrong with that, but that's how they want it. Is it fair to say that most women would like for a man to be, let's see, a leader? They don't want an experience, they want experience. So all of those things require her to be in a lesser position by her own will and doing. So if she chooses a man like that, even if he's average, that means to some degree he's giving more than she can give, and it's intentional. I don't think most men mind that because it plays in the role of provide slash protect, but an average man can fulfill that role. And if he's the right guy, yeah, sure. But if he's a douchebag or a dirtbag, she's always gonna lose.
So Cheeky, how does she monopolize on those skills if she's not in a real relationship? Because you can be all of those things and still hit one night because you fit the bill and not mess with her the next day,
Like
or
I said,
something in that
like I,
range.
like I said, it depends on the man and whether or not he falls into the right category. But you don't have to be married to experience that. I'd be the fool to say that I didn't do that for my girl. We were never married. She enjoyed and benefited the relationship of being with the man.
Yeah, and I simply echo exactly what he is saying. It's I can't think of a single relationship except for an a-hole where a female doesn't benefit because I remember seeing a video where the guy says, "You still expect me to protect you. You still expect me to provide for you, even though we're not married. I'm still doing the husband thing now because that doesn't have an expiration date nor a start date. It's just something that we do. So I don't see where any type of relationship like that doesn't benefit a
Yeah,
female.
like that's from just looking at things. It's almost as if you unlock or earn things within a relationship with a woman. But as a man, you have to be those things. There's nothing to unlock. Like I have to be a provider, a leader. I have to be somebody who can protect you. You don't unlock protection after 2 weeks of dating. If something happens on the first night out, matter of fact, even if we're walking down the street, you expect me to step on the side where I can die and push you to the side. Women to tell you, hey, you step near you should be near the road, not me. Why do they say that? Why is that even an idea? It's because at some level there should be a barrier between a woman in danger, regardless of what step of the date. You're a protector. Everything that you're supposed to be before you are dating that woman. While when it comes to her, you kind of unlock that. First date, I'm not expecting you to cook and clean. Second day, I'm not either. Third date, no. But when we get into that relationship, well, hey, maybe now that it's committed, can I get that aspect of cooking and cleaning? Maybe yes or no, depending on how she feels and whether or not there's enough trust earned from that. I may get that. But what do I look like telling a woman, oh, I'm sorry, I only give you protection on the first or second date, but that first date, you're all on your own. You better carry your Glock. It's crazy.
No, I think where I may be confused with what you're saying is because all right, so maybe not. So Trigger Mike, you before you got married, you dated and was out in the streets, right?
Yes.
And that's not a good guy.
Hold on. So if while you was say you was hanging out with your homeboys and a random girl came and hit on you and you thought you was gonna be dating, right? Like you went out with her the next day. Her ex-boyfriend come up. Are you gonna stand in between them fighting and getting an argument, or are you gonna let her handle that alone?
Uber, please. Check and Uber. I'm out. I'm
So
not
that
gonna
was
do.
my point, Cheeky. It depends on the type of relationship before some of these things get validated. So I was confused as to whether that's why I kind of paired long-term relationship and marriage in the same like the they
Well,
not opposites. They
well,
more
Marcus, I think what Chiki's talking about is the instinct and man of a man's nature. It may not be a situation in which that's something personal where you would want to step back from it,
Mhm.
right? Like, okay, I don't have any rights, or I'm
Bingo.
gonna get in trouble. I don't have any right to step in here. But the thing I believe Chiki was talking about, correct me if I'm wrong, is a man's instinct to protect a woman that he just met is still there. Men protect perfect strangers. Men
Right.
pull random kids they don't know out of the street. I've done that in my own neighborhood, right? Like, hey, car's coming, get out the street. Where's your mom and dad? You know what I'm saying? It's our instinct to protect, especially feminine women. Right now, you see numerous Instagram videos of men beating up on women and other dudes just standing there because in this society, men are beginning not to recognize women as feminine. If a woman is extra feminine and exuding that, it is a man's natural instinct and nature to protect her.
Can I get some of the women, like, can I get a female's perspective on this? Anybody want to go first?
Can
Volunteer.
can we go over I guess the title in a sense, because I did watch that interview and I know Pearl's stance on it, but just to clear it up because it can get very philosophical and I'm like trying to like formulate my thoughts, but just so I can be clear of how we're looking at this question or the statement
Well,
rather.
well, it's not really Pearl. It was just Pearl's. The interview with Pearl and Hafiz just brought
Mhm.
up me bringing this up. We already
Okay, yeah.
started talking
So
about that.
tell me again your premise, I
So,
guess.
so I personally feel because I have some pushback on Cheeky in a second, but I wanted to get you guys' opinion on your feelings. I wanted to know: do you think that women, anything outside of a marriage, is beneficial with a man? For example, if you're in a long-term relationship with him, if you're in a life partnership with him, if you are in a situationship with him, is it really big? If we look at it, the grand scheme of things, assume that you do want marriage, because I want to make sure we know that not every woman, we're going to talk about that later. Some women are just not marriage minded. They don't care to be married. They don't want to be married, and they don't ever want to be married. It's not a long-term goal. It's just not. Okay. We're not talking about those, but we're talking about women, which is the most part, most marriage-minded women, which is most women. Is it beneficial? Anything other than marriage?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll let someone
I
else
don't
go
want the
because
girls
I'm thinking about it.
Oh, yeah.
go.
I was getting caught up with Pearl's view, so I'm gonna put
It's
that
okay.
aside. That makes sense though. Okay, but someone else can go.
I'll jump in. I will agree with some of the gentlemen that it depends on the type of man that you're marrying. I don't agree about the good guy versus the a-hole. I completely disagree with that. To me, it depends on what partnership looks like. Because oftentimes what happens is women take on the sole emotional labor when it comes to the marriage. They take on the majority of the domestic abilities. And if we're talking about the average person, that woman is taking on all those things and still working, right? So it becomes an uneven division of labor that does not benefit most women. And again, that's dependent on whether or not that partner is contributing to the household outside of providing financially and protecting physically, right? If those are his sole duties and he's washing his hands of everything else, the child rearing, the domestic, and the emotional all fall on the woman. And that is without like maintenance and care and maintaining the relationship, which your average man does not necessarily do. Um, it becomes really burdensome for women. And so I'm still a huge advocate for marriage, but vetting the partner and them showing up in a way that I'm going to use the word is fair becomes important on whether or not it's a real benefit or a burden.
Enos, can I ask a
So real
question?
fast.
Just
Oh, go ahead.
can
Yeah, you
I
can
just
ask
want to
the
ask Enos a question real quick. Um, what man only does those two things? Like, they only what they come home and sit on their butt. Is that what most men do? If I'm hearing you right, it sounds like that there's a man that's not doing anything. So is that your experience, or is that the most of you ladies' experience?
Uh, so it's not my personal experience. I've never been married before, so I can't speak to that. However, when we take a look at the breakdown of statistics and the numbers that have been thrown out there about what the division of labor looks like within marriages across North America, that seems to be the trend where men will go to work, come home exhausted, want to kick up their feet, and like their labor is more or less done outside of certain emergencies. Um, and even when we look at kind of these manosphere type of conversations, which is where this originated from, it's very much so if I bring in the money, um, that's it. You got to figure all of the rest of it out.
Yeah, that is such an antiquated. Oh, go ahead, Shan. Sorry.
So just for clarity, you're saying not even the marriage, even the marriage can not even be beneficial. Because I was saying the only thing that is beneficial is the marriage, but you're saying, well, even in the marriage, there may be a lack of benefits. Oh my. Okay.
So there's not really a lack of benefits. I mean, it's all a matter of perspective. So it really just matters who you ask. Women, you have to be married, and you're gonna notice that because the realization for that for Western women is just delayed to maybe 45 now, when it used to be early 20s, it used to be early 30s. Now you're gonna realize it later because you have more opportunities. You have to realize that the Western world and everything y'all got is a result of what y'all asked for. Men didn't set you up like this. You set yourself up. You said you wanted to work. You said you wanted to vote. You said you wanted to be in the military. You got every single thing you asked for. And what most women realize, it didn't stop them from wanting what they traditionally wanted. You wanted kids, but you didn't make a mental or physical allotment to be a mother and a career woman, right? Because you have to think everything that you are now, there is not much difference between a successful man and a successful woman. We make the same mistakes. We have the same characteristics going on in our life. A great businessman struggles to be a good father. Guess what a great businesswoman does? Struggles to be a good mother. We all have the same 24 hours in a day. And that's what women are really grappling with now. And the part where women are actually wrong is you expect your man's role to change because of something you want. Our role is the most rigid role in history. Men have not changed. Throughout history, we have always required the same things, and we will always want the same things to keep us going. Smart women understand, and let me just say this part. Um, what really is happening now is that women resent their roles. They don't want to. You think gender roles are negotiable, and you're trying to negotiate them, but men aren't really having it. So it's not that men won't do this and men won't do that. We weren't designed to do it. That's why we're terrible at it. We have strengths in certain places, and especially black men. You got to understand this: black men in America, 70% of them were raised by single mothers. They are the most agreeable men in America to anything a woman wants because of that fact. You want him to help you with the dishes? He'll do it. He grew up watching dishes. You want him to help you fold laundry? His mama made him do that. You see what I'm saying? So you have more agreeable men in America than you've ever had, but women are struggling on their end trying to say that men aren't compensated correctly.
So, Trigger Mike, I agree with, I guess, 90% of what you've said, right? I think that women, most women, especially marriage minded women, really value that traditional dynamic. Yes, in the Western world, some women have fought for those rights. However, those women are not necessarily the women that we're talking about, right? The marriage minded ones. Where I do disagree with you is that men have not changed. Because if they had not changed, there wouldn't be this influx of men asking for 50-50 relationships and women pushing back on that, seeking something a little bit more traditional. So I don't know that I agree with you that men have not adjusted to modern times. I think men are also pushing for these dynamics because it's beneficial to them to have a 50-50 relationship financially and still have the woman taking care of the household burdens.
So I don't think men are asking for 50-50. So
Mm-mm.
hold on, Cheeky, let me put it in context. Go on my page when you get a chance. I just did something called the truth about 50-50. The difference between what's going on now, remember I said this is everything y'all asked for. The truth is that in some way, shape, or form throughout history, women have always done something that can be defined as you pulling your own weight. You've always done what was necessary to do within your family that your husband needed for you to do. So whether it's you work, remember we all got the same 24 hours. Whether it's you and you want to go to work, nobody's making you go to work. You want to go to work, therefore your contribution is financial. You pay for somebody else to watch the kids so you can work on your career because you went and got a degree. If that's what you want to do. If the average or modern woman wanted to live under what the average man could provide, y'all would be doing that, like most of these ethnic cultures do. Mexicans do it, South Americans do it. $40,000 a year, they'll make it work in a house. You see what I'm saying? So it's not that we're asking for 50-50. We're asking women to do what they've always done, which is pull their own weight. The issue now is that women want to be what was the topic? Women of leisure. You see what I'm saying? They want to be women of leisure and do nothing, which is traditionally not what women have done, especially women with kids.
And I want to say real quick, and then also too, it's like in 50-50 situations, whether it's the man or the woman is asking for it, say 50-50, and then the man comes home and doesn't do anything, and the woman has to do everything around the house. Sometimes I think then women will maybe they won't act as feminine then, and it's like I guess you could say and argue that the man is then losing out from that side of things. So it's like they're both kind of giving and taking, and this is not always the case, I'm sure, but I'm just guessing if these are how the dynamics are going. But I just to answer or to speak on this real quick, I think that relationships do benefit, romantic relationships do benefit the woman in the sense that you get in a relationship to, well, when you're at least older, to vet all the buzzwords, to vet a man. And usually when I think of these topics, I think of a man that I want to be with. My husband, of course. I'm not thinking of all the trash guys out there, so when I'm speaking on this topic, I'm thinking of him. So when we started dating, of course I benefited. I enjoyed spending time. We had lots of great times together, and of course he paid for things, but I did too. We were long distance, things like that. So if I want marriage and dating or vetting is a prerequisite, then of course I'm benefiting because this is a part of the process. So that's kind of how I'm looking at this. Maybe I'm off, but I think women benefit.
So okay, let me welcome you to being a black woman. Most of the time, we can be in a relationship for years, and guess what never happens? A marriage.
Well, guess what? My husband, who, well, he was raised by a single mom, and I pretty much thank Kevin Samuels for me being married, honestly, because when I started watching him, I was like, oh, I need to start focusing on this. And I started pushing for it. I had never considered it or known. And him being raised the way that he was, he had fears. And I'm being completely transparent, but I'm okay with it because I think it's good for people to know. Yeah, it is. Are you good?
I thought that was a soundbite.
In my dining room glass, and y'all, I still pay a lot of money for my glasses, so it's kind of heartbreaking right now. So I'm just gonna try on the inside. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Coach K.
No, you're good. You are good.
That was actually Kevin Samuels from Beyond the Grave. It was
actually, I agree with that. I think Kevin Samuels opened my mind up to a couple of things too, but that's not the conversation.
That was his spirit that knocked that whatever.
Is he saying she lying or something?
No, I'm not saying it.
No, that was actually like a mic
saying, watch yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. Okay, I'll just be quick. So, basically, I wasn't marriage minded, or honestly, the feminine stuff really I needed to hear. And I was raised by a single dad, so I don't know if that has something to do with it. But either way, you could say I was a modern woman. But so marriage happened because listening to him, we started having those conversations, and we worked through his fears, which were a lot of the fears that men have, that I hear men talk about in this space, and pretty much just I guess expressing my awareness of those things and how he knows I'm in this space, and I'm passionate about these topics, and how I want to do things differently than our parents did. And I'm also a life coach, so I don't believe that there's really anything that we can't work out, because I know how to manage my mind and be responsible for me, and as far as like how I act, and he's the same, and he's a great man. So it's like that's actually why we got married. So although I'm white, I'm actually kind of with you in a sense. But yeah, so I will I I thank Kevin Samuel seriously, because otherwise we've been together 6 years. Otherwise we would not be married.
So let me just
Thank God for the black man, huh?
so
Cheeky.
let me just clarify with, and I agree, there were some things I learned from Kevin. We can have a whole discussion on Kevin Samuels, honey. But let me clarify. When I speak of there are women, I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about statistics show. Most kids born out of wedlock are they're cohabitating, 60%. I'm talking about the stats, not myself, the stats. So if you're living with a woman, you're doing all of these things, she gets pregnant and it does not work it out. Now she's a single mom, blah, blah, blah. That's what I'm referring to.
You make it sound like women are blow up dolls. Like they
No,
have
no.
no.
What I'm saying is somebody in the chat stated something, and I want to
Okay.
reference. They were like, "Oh, that you're not getting picked because you're." And I wasn't speaking on myself. I was speaking on the way it is. That's just the way it is. There are a lot of women in long-term relationships, and they're not leading to marriage. And they're great women, and I wouldn't even say he's not even a great man. It's just not leading to marriage.
So I want us to do something in our minds, to all the people watching. Every time we make a reference to something a man did wrong or is not doing, and we reference the woman in that context, I want us to say that the woman allowed after it. Because it can't happen if the woman didn't allow it.
Absolutely. You are absolutely right. If the woman allowed, but we're not, listen, if we're gonna I think the problem that I have with this space, let me just clarify, this is not the manosphere. I do not consider this channel to be a part of the manosphere. Now we do welcome manosphere people, because we want to have a conversation between men and women so we can better understand each other. But I have men on this panel, so you can say what it is for men, and we have women, and we're gonna use them both. We're gonna have to hear both sides of the story so we can make it. It won't be like, oh, men, women. That's why we're here to have this discussion. So when we pick out what men are doing, it's okay for you to come back and say, well, women, blah, 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 blah. But we're not going to change people's words around to fit what we want. Not on this channel. Okay? So we're telling you from our point, and you can come back and say it from a man's point. That's quite okay. Because you're right, they do allow it. But at this point, most women, like Coach K said, you have to go through the dating process. And I think that most women go in with the intent of thinking there was going to be marriage later.
You don't have to go through the dating process. That's actually what is messing it up for women.
Well, that wasn't the question. So, Tan.
So when I first heard this topic, the only relationship that benefits women is marriage, my mind went to thinking, what do women typically want out of a relationship? And my mind began to just go stability, protection, security, stability, consistency, reliability, all of those things. And so then the question becomes, okay, yes, a woman gets all of those things in marriage. Should something happen to her, let's say you cohabitat and you have children. If something happens to that, the partner, the man, then if there's not a marriage, there are limitations. You're not protected, and there are other things that don't happen out of that situation. When you talk about marriage, there are additional protections for a woman. The expectation is, of course, under the covenant of marriage, that a man is not going to, and we all know things happen, but the expectation is that a man's going to be faithful, right? You're going to have that sense of loyalty. Um, if you are in a relationship and there's not a marriage, the expectation is a man is not obligated to be committed to that female. So my mind started to think about all of those things, and then I did get on the internet and found an article that was interesting that I do want to share. It says married men are healthier men, but for women, the health benefit of marriage depends on the health of the marriage. Over and over again, studies show that marriage is good for men's health, but for women, the picture has been less clear. Some studies suggest that women need marriage like a fish needs a bicycle.
Can you quote
That's
where that came from? Like
Are
where
we?
I don't know if she's finished. Is she at least finished?
no, but almost. It says that that's true. A new study finds, but only for women who aren't highly satisfied. Women who say their marriages are very satisfying have better heart health, healthier lifestyles, and fewer emotional problems. And this is from Linda C. Gallo, PhD, and colleagues. Women in high quality marriages do benefit from being married. They are less likely to get heart disease in the future. And in terms of emotional distress, satisfied women reported more social support and being less angry, depressed, and anxious.
That's why y'all gotta just sit there and let people finish talking.
So it according to this, and of course you ask 10 doctors in a room and you make it 10 different opinions. But for this particular article, it really alludes to if a woman is happy or reports that she's in a satisfied marriage, that it's more beneficial.
I can see that.
And I love that because I think that goes to what I was saying earlier, that it depends on who it is that you're married to. Are you okay, Cheeky?
Like, what is going on?
I'm just saying, it's almost as if the kid was right off the first go. It's almost as if I said that. It's crazy.
Can I? Cheeky,
ahead,
you need a
dog.
break from YouTube, I think, today. I'm just kidding. I watched your show
No.
earlier. I'm just kidding.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Good. I'm good.
But I would say, and this is not 100% absolute, but I don't think that the so that would mean that I'm looking at a job or other settings or other relationships. So a person can only be happy then if that marriage or that job they're happy in. Is that kind of like the last statement, I guess, or like it makes sense, but I think you can be happy even if your relationship is on the rocks. I mean, it might not be this to the same level, but I think we get in trouble when we determine our happiness on how well things are going.
Well,
So
I think it depends. Well, I think it depends on the partner. I mean, I think there are people who will stress you out. I've seen married couples, she looks stressed. Have you ever met a married couple and the girl just looked like she's stressed as hell out? Like she's aged like 15 years. And
For
it's
sure, for sure.
so I think
Yeah, yeah.
I think it depends on the man. Like you said, I think they're good husbands. I think that people think that they're good. All women are supposed to be wives. All men are supposed to be husbands. Some people are just great at being a husband. Some of them suck at being a husband. Some people are great at being wives. Some suck at being wives, especially when you're with the wrong person. So I do think I kind of agree with what that study says. Suggests.
I disagree, but I am not going to nitpick this. So I'm going to let other people talk.
I'm going to jump in because Coach K, I hear what you're saying, but I think the wording of the study was really important because happiness wasn't mentioned. It was satisfaction, right? And
I was replying to Shan, but go ahead.
Okay. And I'm seeing in the chat too, where like conflating happiness with satisfaction, that's not the same thing at all. Happiness will come and go in any relationship, marriage or otherwise. But satisfaction is different. That means that everybody is doing the job that they agreed to do, right? Like whether you're happy in it, like you were talking about work. Not everybody loves going to work every single day. Not
And not
everybody
everyone loves being in a marriage every day, you know?
exactly, right? But are you still satisfied with it, right? Like, is it still fulfilling? Is it still doing its like what it needs to be doing? And I think that's a different conversation. Like, people here being satisfied and they're like, okay, I got to be happy all the time.
Right.
That's an unrealistic fairy
For
tale.
sure.
I mean, it's such a. I think Tan said you ask 10 different doctors, you get 10 different answers. What I'll say is that you do 10 different studies, you'll get 10 different, set of answers. Because, I mean, I look at this stuff in my leisure time. It depends on the type of women you ask and what region, their education level, their culture, right? It all, and just to be real, if you ask a man or you take parameters for men about what satisfaction is, like I said, men have never changed. We all like the same things. That list becomes exponentially broader when you're asking a woman what satisfaction means. Because remember, and I'm going to drive this point all night long, women are living the lives they asked for. So I don't even think this is 100% about the men. I believe it's about Western women being unable to cope with the stress that they brought on themselves. We look at all the other statistics that are stress factors, right? I tell you all the time, the average career span of a female corporate lawyer is 5 years, but she went to school for 8. She clerked for 2, only worked for 5, right? Those are the choices that women made on their own. But they still want marriage and children and can't find a way to cope, and the marriage suffers because of it. These are the factors that it's really like, who are we asking about dissatisfaction, right? Because if you ask a woman who decided to scale back from work, she has time to take care of her kids, right? She's willing to live a frugal lifestyle until her husband's income increases. They have a small, nice little town home. She sees her kids every day. Ask that woman what satisfaction means, and you'll get a whole different answer.
And it depends on the women. And I'll go back to, because a lot of military families do this all the time, where the man is in the military, the woman doesn't work because on average, 2 to 3 years, they're moving, and the woman doesn't have a job. But some of them are happy, some of them aren't. So, I think with women, to Shan's point earlier, women are complicated creatures, just in general. It's not as easy to lump us all together the same way you're doing with men. Not all women have that same aspiration to work, quite frankly. Not all women have the same aspiration to be mothers, quite frankly. Um, Not all women have just the same aspirations in general. So when you talk about satisfaction, you ask probably the 4 women on this panel, and you're not going to get all the same 4 answers. What satisfaction means to me might be different than what it means to Coach K or to Inez. It could be different to some degree. Um, but with this article, they're talking about satisfaction. You're talking about your health, uh, future heart disease, less likely to get heart disease. When you link it to science, just for a second, when people are stressed, and this is not man or women, when you're stressed, your body releases cortisol, right? And there's certain things that happen to your body just by being stressed. And that's whether you feel stress, you think you recognize stress or not, your body naturally releases cortisol. And then that also it has a negative impact on your organs and on your body. So scientifically, when you're stressed, it has a negative impact. So you can be in any relationship, marriage or otherwise. And if you're not happy, satisfied, whatever you want to call it, but that stress on your body, physically or mentally, will have a negative impact on your physical and mental well-being.
To piggyback off Trigger Mike's point, 10, do you think that the closer women get to the ideal modern mindset of being just a successful businesswoman and maybe having kids, maybe not, is that making them more or less happy?
I think that probably also depends on the woman. It depends on their situation. So
Yeah.
you're saying the closer they get to an opportunity to would have a business job, a corporate job, can you repeat that?
So like the closer they get to the idea of like the Sex and the City type of lifestyle, right? Where you just the boss chick that's killing it and living downtown in New York. Because we've seen a recent example. I don't know if y'all remember. It was like a young lady, a beautiful young lady. She won like Miss America or something. She was a
Yeah,
lawyer.
she off the show.
Yeah, and she had a TV show. So she was at the pinnacle of everything: beauty, fame, wealth, and she
Status.
still took her life from herself. And like I don't have the studies in front of me, but I could have sworn I saw something that was saying today's women are on the highest number of antidepressants, and the link can be made from the correlation to what traditionally the opportunity or traditional life of women back then, and the trajectory is going in now. Do you think that those things are unrelated, or there's a correlation?
So when you talk about like the Sex and the City lifestyle, right? And the person, I know who you're talking about. She's right. She was a beautiful young woman who seemingly from the outside looking in had a lot going for herself. But we're not in her situation. We don't know her life. We don't know what other factors she had. Typically, when people are on the top, they're stressed to stay at the top. There's stress that we may not know about that could be contributing factors to maybe she feels that she's not going to get this, or maybe there's some financial benefit or something financial that could be revoked from not maintaining some level of being at her A game. Who knows? We'll never know. Same thing for what's his name? Oh my gosh, Ellen DeGeneres,
Twitch.
Twitch. Yes, same thing for him. We'll never know. But to your point, the level of anxiety or pressure or stress with being at the top, sure, of course, there's always some level of stress. You know, maybe the average person, for people who aspire to be a celebrity or to be famous, once you get to that level, of course, there's always stress. There's additional stress that comes with it. There's always some sort of, you always want to be better. Typically, for
So
those people who are type A and you get that level of success, you always want more. Who wants to be complacent with that sort of success on that level that you're talking about? But does that level of success equate to happiness? And I don't know that doesn't always equate. You can become successful career wise, but that doesn't equal happiness, not necessarily.
so if like this is anecdotal, but if I speak to like the women in my family or mothers that I know, they will say they get a lot of purpose in life and joy from being, you know, that nurturing mother role. And the further we move towards that, the Sex and the City pinnacle of whatever modern womanhood would be, the further away from that we get. So I'm wondering if you ladies see any correlation between that, or you just think, you know, it just depends.
I think it just depends, right? Some women find um, happiness and joy in taking care of the kids, being there when the child takes their first step, being there when the child takes says their first word, being at every baseball game, cheerleading function, volleyball, whatever the case may be. Right? There's some level of joy that happens when you're there for kids for some women. And then there's also some level of joy for some women you when you get your first promotion, when you make it over 50,000, when you make it past the six-figure mark, there's some level of joy and satisfaction in that. So I really do think it just depends. There's a different type of joy in
All right,
every.
so Marcus, sorry, Marcus, I'm gonna answer your question because the ladies are being shy.
No, I
All
was
right,
going to answer it too. So,
it absolutely is correlated, and here's why. Now, I'm not gonna use any anecdote. I'm gonna use science. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Women are more sensitive and they they fall prey to these needs far quicker than men do. There's a physiological need, right, for food and clothing. Then there's a safety need, which women also need more of than men. But the third one is where this thing that applies. Women have substituted the cosmopolitan lifestyle you're talking about for their third need for love and belongingness. Right now, they're traveling more and pretending they're happy. They're taking pictures of the damn airplane wing like we give a damn where the fuck they're going. I'm sorry, where the hell they're going and stuff. They're telling themselves this is happiness, but it's false. That actual need for love and belongingness, like you said, comes from motherhood and being validated by marriage. A man wants me and I get to have his children. That is an actual biological need of theirs that can't be substituted by anything else. And like I said, the need for a man is not erased, it's delayed. So that antidepressant um, and all of that, the surge comes where they've had their fill of everything else and that emptiness sets in, right? That emptiness sets in and that third need becomes super apparent to them. And it's either too late and, and they start to become mature and realize that they didn't go about things the right way.
Because
oh, go ahead. Who wanted to speak on
no,
this?
no, go,
It was going to veer to another question. Go ahead.
yeah, I just wanted to hit on this a little bit because I think Marcus's question is important. Um, I think sometimes when we take a look at the older generation or some of the things that have happened in the past, we tend to romanticize things and not really look at the reality of it, right? It's apples and oranges. To be honest, the older generation had a sense of community that doesn't really exist like that now. Now, individualism is so pushed that even if you're getting those things, there's still a sense of isolation, right? You don't have your neighbors that you can rely on. You don't have family members living a little bit closer to you. You don't have a whole lot of these kids kind of playing together, growing up together, because everybody's kind of doing it in silos. That satisfaction that you're getting from doing that and being able to brag about your kids, it's all done through social media, and we've all seen that those dopamine hits don't last the same way. They program the brain so differently. So we can talk about how women in the past found satisfaction from that and talk about how women now are not having children or aren't engaging in marriage or taking marriage seriously from the beginning, but we're not also talking about all of the other factors that play into that society looks so significantly different, that attaining that without shifting society back to that is way more challenging than it was in the past, right? And Trigger Mike, like we can go back. I'm not going to get into it. I just want to mention it, but Maslow's hierarchy of needs has been debunked on so many different levels because it is so problematic in the way that it's set up. It insinuates that if you do not have your base needs, then you are not able to attain any sort of fulfillment or happiness. And that totally contradicts what you were saying earlier about some of these other communities that live more humble lifestyles and still find that happiness and fulfillment. So you can't, I wouldn't bring in Maslow's hierarchy of needs into that and still have that conversation about fulfillment.
I don't see how that applies because those people who live that more frugal lifestyle are actually making sure their needs are met.
Well, it's not typically just being frugal, right? Typically it's they live that lifestyle out of necessity. It's not because it's their want or need or that's the lifestyle that they want. That's the circumstances that they are subject to.
Sometimes
Yeah.
their community and like I think the people that I've found to be the happiest, I think in all of human history, I forget, and I can always find the stat or the research if I have to. It's because of or looking at all different factors of what makes someone live the longest, from not smoking, from not whatever. The common factor was living around a close knit group of people and being around family. So I would say even if they don't have the material items or whatever, I think, and that's what I think this society has kind of strayed away from, which is why we have so many issues today, is that we are so focused on material items that we've forgotten the small things like community, like family, things like that.
Inez, could you repeat that last thing before you started talking about hierarchy? You said something about women in the position of society, like they're not being the change or it not changing.
Or I think what I said was because of the lack of community, right?
Mhm.
Women are not finding fulfillment in the same things as previous generations, right? Because just the way that it's set up, that to be able to show that off or take pride in it is just a little bit different because individualism is pushed.
Okay.
And in order to kind of have, it's increasingly difficult to find fulfillment in those things if society is not pushing back to valuing those things.
Okay. So I think at that point, I can make the case for 50-50 on for men. Considering the fact that those things have changed, women are not going to give up any of the rights that they've gained through suffrage or any of the social stances that they gained because of suffrage. Um, I can make a case that men should go 50-50 because things in society aren't going to change. I don't think that it's fair for women to ask for traditionalism and still benefit from modernism at the same time asking for all the benefits that help them. And it seems like everything everybody's been saying, the ideal man for an ideal woman, the man is going to be greater. He's just going to be the more superior being. However they want to look at it. Financially, they want that. She doesn't want to work nearly as much. Guess what? Who's going to have to make up for that? He can't not work either. She wants to find a leader. Guess what that needs? Experience. So he's got to be a little older. All these things that you guys are saying is kind of proving the point. And in an idealistic world, in an idealistic man, women are going to benefit from whatever relationship they get in. So it kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. If it's an ideal man in an ideal situation, regardless of marriage or not, women are definitely going to be benefiting.
So I wanted to point that we keep talking about this. So let's be realistic. Because ideally, in my head, I have an ideal guy, but how often, just like I can say for the men, they may say ideally, those women who I would want a wife aren't available. I think for women, they think the same thing about men. So when we're talking about in reality, how often do you come across a person that you're like, oh, I could wife her or I could marry him? So in real life.
Um, that's up to you as the person. You decide that with who you date. Like that's literally the solution that most men and women give, especially in these spaces. Pick better. So now we're going to stick with that. Pick better for both
Right.
men and women.
So let me ask you a question. So how often in a year's time do you come across somebody who's you feel is marriage material?
I don't know, because me personally, that's not my goal. We may not have the same goals. It depends on what we're looking for. So if you're asking me specifically how often, I've only come across maybe one, but at the same time, at the time I was looking, but now that I'm not, probably none. So it's up to the individual, which is why I use an idealistic thing. What would you want? What do you think? What do you feel? What is the requirement that you would have for this person? Do they meet them? And if they meet them, let's assess what this would look like. Because that's the only thing we got to go off of. If we go off of actuality, I can say, hey, I'm not looking for a wife. So maybe that's why I can't find any. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so I'm gonna read this super. Did anybody have anything to add? And I'm gonna read the super chat.
One quick thing. So when you guys are talking about the bottom level of our survival and needs, I think that we confuse luxury with the base level of survival a lot, and those two get conflated. So them being in that other country doesn't necessarily mean that they don't have those needs met. It just they might not have every name brand or you know. Just want to add that.
And I have a question. I just put a thumbnail on after I finish that because it's going to go into because I like this question that was just hit and it is kind of going into what I was about to go into anyway. So thank you, True. I think it is. But let's go through these super chats real fast. Ina,
For Shy87, $2. Showing love to the panel. Get the likes and super chats.
thank you, sir.
So Shy87 again, $2. I love Naz, but men hate that partnership word. I'm just going to address that real quick. Men like to use the word cooperation. You can't have cooperation without partnership. It's teamwork. Harrison Davis, $5. Hashtag salute. That's the same one.
Oh shoot.
Eugene Steele, $10. A non-marital relationship can be beneficial to both because neither person is lonely. You always have somebody to talk to, do something with, have sex with, and express your feelings to.
I have those, but they're friend zone. We ain't never had sex. I'll just call you like, oh, let's watch a movie, buddy.
Buddy. Oh
Yeah.
God.
Sir
Yeah,
Shine,
there ain't no way you just triggered all the men, but it's okay.
Like,
Keep
what?
reading the super chat.
I'm trying to figure
Keep
out why
reading
they
it.
triggered.
I-
I'm agreeing. I disagree with Dr.
Look,
Steele.
Just keep reading the super chat. It's okay.
I'm-
We'll just
look,
die inside. No
I'm
problem.
just glad I'm off the
I
market.
disagree with Dr. Steele.
tripping.
all right, Sir Shy 87, $2. I agree with Tan. It's the competition in Hollywood.
Okay, so
So-
I wanted to go to what were you about to say before I go into the next question?
I got smoke for Inez talking about something. There's no cooperation without partnership. What? I go to work and cooperate because I don't want to get fired. Doesn't mean they giving me a profit share for me cooperating. It's what's a part of, like, I've never heard anything like that. You absolutely can cooperate. My students cooperate with me, or else they're going to get an app. Like, I don't see why partnership is required for cooperation. I don't see it.
The power dynamic between a boss and employee and a teacher and student is not the same as in a relationship, right?
It's similar. It's similar, actually.
But similar is not the same. And I think that's kind of like where it kind of gets into. If we're talking about submission, then yes, absolutely, they're more similar. But if we're looking at cooperation, because that's not the same dynamic as submission, it's not.
Thank you for your response.
I want to know before I get to the next question, what was wrong with me saying like companionship? I just agree with Dr. Steele. What isn't it about companionship?
That's your
He's
buddy.
getting to watch the movie. I'm getting to watch the movie. And we're having a great conversation. How is this not an equal exchange?
Is this a dude?
Wait. Hold on.
If somebody said Netflix, or did
If
somebody
we're
say-
okay, wait. If we're okay with that, then why do we need marriage? We should just be happy without marriage. It's just
We're companions, right? So I'm agreeing with Dr. Steele. So we're sitting here talking together, and we're just companions as far as nothing intimate. We're just
Right.
friends with each other. We're sitting here watching a movie together.
No,
damn.
don't get me started.
If
But when they leave,
that's
you're
what a
still
man
lonely.
wants, but if that's what a man wants, and he says sex is not an intimate thing for him, don't be getting mad at him when he having sex and his heart is not into it. I could do that without having my heart into it. You
Well,
know?
we didn't. I went to sex after the question. I don't even know how sex got into this conversation. I clearly said no sex.
Eugene still put it in his whole comment. He did
But I
that.
said, I went and modified it, and I said
Oh,
the sex
okay.
companionship. So he's getting companionship, and she's getting companionship.
Well, I think guys like companionship too with their penis in the vagina.
So that's not right. So to me, I'm having a conversation. What is equal is if we're both sitting here together and we're talking, or we enjoy each other's company, and we're both enjoying a movie together. That to me is an equal exchange.
Well, I hope you
men
find
and women, men and women can't be personal.
No, right, Jay, I do understand men, but understand me is called a boundary. Like
right.
Not have access to your vagina. Understand that.
Exactly.
Because you're a companion, you can watch a movie does not mean you have access to my body, my dear.
Shan, these men are misogynistic. Stop talking to them. You're wasting your breath.
So
They just want your
I want to
vagina.
make that very clear. Every guy that you watch a movie with, every guy that you go wherever with, does not need to have access to your body. Stop thinking that's just that's an entitlement. Like you're not entitled to a female's body. You're just not.
So why am I here?
Hold on.
To watch the movie.
Period.
You have to watch
Oh, wait.
Hold on.
It's the same that men can't sit down. Are you guys?
Wait a minute.
They're so shallow that they can't just sit down and enjoy.
Don't do that to us. Don't call us shallow because we like vagina.
Do you know what the problem is, man? Do you know what the problem is? Females want to enjoy the pleasure of male company, and act like it's okay to be doing that in an intimate space and normalize that when it's actually not okay.
She
So
want us
what
to
if we do
sacrifice.
it? What if we do it in noon, daylight,
You can get
and
smashed.
work on opposite sides of the sofa? And how do
Listen,
we make this? So please let us know, Mike. How
there's
do we
a
make this?
yeah, I was gonna say
He's
there
biding
is a
his time,
reason.
Shan.
There
He's
is a
biding his
reason women
time.
used to get
Stop.
chaperoned on dates. Okay, like there's a reason for all of this in society. Occupying an intimate space with a man, we are still animals.
Oh,
You
I get
understand?
it. Okay,
And
so
then the funny thing about it is that women like to walk around in their like pajama pants with no
I
panties. Like
I
what?
say tease them now.
What?
Not
With
that
that,
tease.
with that thing thinking like that. They just
With no
walking around
bra,
like that
no
thing
bra,
ain't
but
thinking.
I
Boy,
can't
what
get
you
no ass.
doing?
So no bra, but I
What?
can't get no ass.
Talking about, oops, I dropped something. I'm finna
Oh,
drop
yeah.
something
Oh,
too.
yeah.
A
And I
baby.
I told you,
Stop that.
Mike, last week, that same energy of men can't help themselves. Women are hypergamous by nature. Just like you are sexual by nature, she's
Yeah.
hypergamous. She doesn't even know she is until she gets in a situation where it's just
Yeah,
not going down.
I
You're
agree.
hypergamous, so you can't speak on, you can't be praising one and then knock the other one down. It's both nature.
Well, what does hypergamy have to do with me getting ass because I came over to your house?
No, I'm just making it very clear because the same people who
I'm
sit here
obviously
and
the
say,
one who
"Oh,
won the
he can
hypergamy game.
control his sexual drive." Well, guess what? She can't control the fact that she's hypergamous.
Absolutely, we
That's
agree.
great.
How many married eligible men have y'all met? Y'all asked us that question. I'm curious. How many married eligible men have y'all met?
I ain't gonna lie, it be me. Oh, it's so me.
What, Shan? Wait a minute. No way, she just confessed.
I'm a complicated creature for sure. Listen, I will take it. It is me. I don't know why God made me this way. It's me.
All right, so
And I don't like it, but it's me.
So you're making the case even more that when a man just got to
That's
deal
not
with
for
a
everybody
woman,
though. That's just me.
you think you really?
There are a lot of women, though. There are a lot of women who are single who I've heard who say dating, and I'm just going to speak to the Atlanta metro area, not speaking anywhere else, that it is hard in those streets to find I guess, a person they want to marry.
That's because
And
they
I
hard
hear
in
that
their
a
heart.
lot.
I don't know that they're hard in their heart, right? Like, okay, so let me answer the question. I think there are a lot of marriageable men out there, right? I think that there is no shortage of men who are marriage material. Now,
I agree.
Does that necessarily mean that this man who is marriage material that I'm vetting, that I'm getting to know, is the man that I want to marry? I think that's where that kind of divide kind of comes in, right? Does he make a great husband? Absolutely. But do we work well together? Do we want the same things? Do our definitions of important values align? I think that's where it gets to be more complicated for women, where it's not just find the man who's ready to get married and build a life together. Women don't really function like that, and so it takes that
Can
vetting.
you rewind that statement and say it over again? Because I don't think they get that part. Can you?
Yeah, I will say it again.
Time, a little slower.
She does not want me to repeat it.
No, it's not that. It's Shan. It's Shan. Shan, you just told me not to be idealistic, but I'm hearing from.
But she.
No. Wait, Shan.
Okay,
You just told me not to be idealistic, right, and be realistic. And then I'm hearing from a woman who said I can meet a perfectly good man. Nothing's wrong with him. I just don't like him.
For me, okay,
Because that's not the ideal man for you.
Listen.
Yeah.
And Nas, please repeat that statement because this is the issue in which he is speaking on for me. And not to take away, I come across some great guys, but please say that statement one more time.
Well, I think he got it right. Like, I think that's it. There are so many men out there that are like marriage material. But I think with the issue that a lot of women are finding is that they're not finding the man that they want to spend the rest of their life with. Right. And I don't think it's idealistic, not on men's part and not on women's part. Right. At the end of the day, if we're going to sit here and talk about having healthy marriages, having marriages that are longer lasting, that are more fulfilling and satisfying to people, it takes being picky. right? And we can talk about like, you know, Fantasyland and all of that stuff, but it really does take being picky. If anybody could just marry anybody and it would work, marriages, the divorce rate would not be what it is,
All
right?
right.
Like if we're gonna really have that conversation, it doesn't work if you just pick somebody. There has to be shared values, there has to be shared definitions, there has to be shared goals, because those are the things that create satisfaction. Those are the things that create, you know, submissive and leadership relationships. Those are the things that give you the 50-50 if you're that's what you're looking for, right? It takes being picky to do that. And I think to what Trigger Mike was saying earlier about the chaperoning, it wasn't just about sexual repression until marriage. It's also about assistance in terms of vetting of like, are you asking the right questions? Are you seeing things from a more neutral perspective, right? People were pickier in the past than they are now. I think people are too lenient with how they're looking for a partner now.
Can y'all tell me like one thing you eliminated a guy you felt was marriage eligible for? I'm just curious, like what things were
You said
eliminated.
what now? Rebrand it. What was your question again?
One thing that you eliminated a guy that you felt was a marriage material guy. What was one of the things you eliminated him for?
I could not even I can't even kiss him. Better yet, even think about a sexual relationship at some point. Like,
And that's because you're not attracted. For many women, for me, I'll say, if I'm not attracted to you,
Okay.
then
I
yeah.
know eventually now we can go without you know, I can sit here and like, buddy, we get married, but
All right. So,
So
to Inaz's point, what you said is that, yeah, that's technically correct. Everything you said is correct, and that's what needs to happen. But the issue in our society today is that women don't submit themselves to that process. So everything you said about finding the correct man with the correct values, that's where most women are stuck. So y'all know that Erica Badu song that says, "A man that knows something knows that he knows nothing at all." That is talking about a man and the game of life. In the dating game, they're talking about a woman. A woman that knows something or knows that she knows nothing. That's the way women need to submit themselves to finding a man. The reason why y'all used to get chaperoned is because we are the dominant ones. Me and this Yves Saint Laurent cologne and this gray beard descend upon your ass. If I'm your type, you won't be able to control yourself. That is biologically true. Every woman
I
has a type.
thought you were going to say you just
Hold on.
take.
Every woman has a type, and for that man, you will do unthinkable things. That is why y'all used to get chaperone. Women do not submit themselves to the process; they submit to their desires.
That's
So
true.
that's the fundamental issue here.
Look at Mike showing up.
Are most of the men y'all attracted to marriage minded though, or the marriage minded type of men?
Sometimes they don't go hand in hand.
That's fair.
I will say for myself, they are. They are. And it shows up, you know, because I've taken so much from the men in my life that I do trust. I've learned to kind of notice those yellow and red flags sooner if they're not, and so it doesn't get past an initial conversation or two to vet out whether they're marriage minded or not.
You're right. I see that.
So just real quick, the definition of satisfaction: fulfillment of need
Just
or
took us back to the other question.
fulfillment of need or want. Again, y'all always tend to do this thing where y'all say y'all know what y'all need, but y'all don't want what you need, and then try to figure out why you can't find anything. It's not my fault.
Need and want, though, right?
Let me see. Let me go right back to it.
Not or.
Oh no, it said or. Fulfillment of a need or want. It's a decision. What do you want? Are you going to be satisfied with what you need, or are you going to be satisfied with what you want?
So is he going to be
that's a
satisfied
great
if
question.
he needs a good woman, but he's also satisfied if he doesn't get sex?
First of all, wait, hold on. Let's deal with one thing at a time. You just told me men didn't say this, women said this.
Mhm.
There are marriage material men
Mhm.
that y'all don't want. What satisfaction are you looking for? Your desires or what you need?
Well, people need so. For example, the husband that Inaz needs may not be the same husband that I need. We're two very different people. Our needs are different.
But you just said,
So,
oh,
so
but
I could be
Shan,
running into men that may be great for Inaz, who are marriage minded, and she could be running into men that may be great for me.
no, not marriage minded, marriage material.
Marriage
So,
material.
but marriage
I'm gonna
material, go ahead.
no, go ahead, Tay.
No, marriage material doesn't mean that the person is perfect in every way. Like nobody is perfect, not men, not women. You can be marriage material, but still maybe be deficient in, let's say, saving money. You could be marriage material, but not be as romantic as the woman might need if her what did that men are from Venus, men are from Mars, that whole book, like if a woman has emotional, if that's her one of her sensories or
10.
connection. Yes.
I'm not creating the standard for these women that say that these men are marriage material. They are creating the standard. That's the only standard that they're going by. They're saying that these men hit a certain metric. He checks off these boxes. It's their standard, not mine. I'm not enforcing my standard of a marriageable man onto them. They're letting me know what their standard is. And because I haven't delved into what that means, I'm trusting them as adults to express, articulate, or identify those things. So if they can identify, then that means they should be able to comply with what they need or what they want.
But just because a person is marriage material doesn't mean they're perfect in every way.
Nobody,
I still
10,
stand by that.
10, nobody said perfection. Nobody
Right.
said perfection. These
Right.
women, are the women who said these people or men in particular are marriage material, are going based off of their own standard, which means in their,
I'm talking
that's
about
what you said.
no.
But you're not letting me finish.
Where's y'all standard coming from then? Where's y'all standard coming
For
from there?
example, when I'm dating, if I see guys in a room, my girlfriend is like, "Oh, I like him." Like, "Oh, he looks like." He seems to be marriage material. I may not be dating for myself. I mean, in general, the things that a person will, want out of a man. Now, it's going to be up to you to make sure you guys are compatible. The chemistry is there. All of the other things that need to be there are there, and that's the part that's that's missing. He can be great on paper. He, does all these things, blah, 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 blah. But he may not be great for you because you just don't have a connection with him.
So when Marcus, hold on. When Marcus asked you all specifically, because he asked you specifically, have you all met marriage material men? The expectation is that whatever standard he met matches yours. So now you're telling me.
No, so that's not what we were meaning by marriage material.
Okay, so so how about this? Have you met any marriage material men that met your standard of marriage material? Not a general sense where he'd be good to marry, your standard.
Yeah, I've met one. In my 44 years, I've met one.
Okay. What about you? What anyone else? Coach K, you take 10. So
yeah, I mean, I'm in a relationship. So yes.
Okay, so Shan and Inez, right? What about you, Inez?
Inez. So I just recently got out of a relationship, so it's a no for me in terms of the recently.
But so you just not recently. I'm talking about. Have you met a man that is marriageable by your standards?
Yep. Yes, more than one.
Okay, so the people who aren't in relationships or married, where is this man currently? What happened?
Well, for me, we just were not. It was because I thought he was perfect, but obviously it didn't work out because on his end.
So for me, it was me. I was not the person that he wanted to marry, and I can be honest about that.
Same here. That's what I meant when I said that.
I appreciate the honesty for that.
Yeah,
answer. I know that the easiest to say.
That is not easy to come to terms with. I appreciate that for real, honestly.
Can I add something which kind of is what I was touching on earlier with the guy or the marriage not creating like the satisfaction or happiness? I'm using them like interchangeably, but if you want me to really like pinpoint a word, I will. But it's like, I think we all understand that the guy that we marry or potentially want to be with the intention of being together a long time, is going to have some pitfalls in addition to just regular life challenges that come up. And that's why I said it's up to the woman. Because I want to empower women, of course. This goes for men too, but I want women to take more power, their power back for their emotions from the relationship itself. So it's like that way they're in charge of that and they don't have to rely on things looking, picture perfect or whatever so that they're happy or that they can be happy. And then they don't have to leave a relationship because they're not happy, because it's up to them, really. Now, of course, if a guy is physically, I don't know if we could say that word for whatever reason, if they're, hitting people, then yeah, obviously you don't want to be happy with that person. I'm not saying that. But let's say, you and your guy are having a miscommunication. You can work to wrap your mind around that in a way that serves you because you love your husband. And I guess it's just like, and then even with the stress thing, which is 100% right, about the cortisol and being in fight or flight. But I think all of us humans create more stress for ourselves because we're not aware of what we're thinking. Our thoughts are creating our feelings, whether we're aware of them or not. And we have a prefrontal cortex that allows us to be aware of those thoughts. We just have to create that awareness with mindfulness or whatever. So it's like, I just want women to know that they have more power than they think. And if they want power in a certain way, it actually is within them already. They don't have to rely on a man. But this makes relationships wonderful. This is what saved my relationship a few years ago. I was a monster, and I tell that all the time. So that's kind of what I was talking about, but also too with this whole standard thing. But anyway, hopefully that makes sense. Okay, I'm done. Bye.
So I'm gonna also say, like, even before it gets to being in a relationship or being in marriage, understanding the reality of what it is that you're looking for, right? Like, we talk about all the time on the internet, these women that want quote unquote high value men. A lot of them are entrepreneurs. Do you understand that you're going to spend a lot of time alone? Are you actually okay with that? Or are you telling yourself that you're okay because you want to buy into the lifestyle? Is that something that you actually desire? Is that fulfilling for you to be able to have this separation from your partner for long periods of time, right? You're looking for somebody who has certain physical attributes. Are you a woman who's secure enough to be okay with women throwing themselves at him, even if you're there? Right. So it's understanding the reality of what you're asking for and not thinking about it as if it's like a silo in isolation from the rest of the world. Right. Are you really willing to make the sacrifices or the changes or find fulfillment in exactly what it is that you're asking for? And I think that'll really change the way women start to enter into relationships when they become more realistic about the reality of what they're asking for.
I completely agree, Inas. That is one of the first times I think I've ever agreed with you. And I also agree, Coach K, you choose happiness. You choose it. It is an individual choice. And a man can't necessarily be responsible for your happiness because at the end of the day, it's up to you. It's
You guys suck at
100%
it. I'm just kidding.
up
I
to
mean,
you.
it's true though.
So, I mean, as long as he's not, swinging on you or breaking you down mentally, the rest of it's up to you. And I just wanted to throw something in there because I've been kind of quiet for the last 47 minutes.
I was about to say, who is this talking?
I know, right?
My man.
Honestly, I was taking it in because everybody had a fair point the entire time. So I'm like, ooh, maybe I should. Nope, Trigger, you got that one.
It's like double, like you trying to get in there.
So no, it was nice to. And thank you, Inaz, for sharing because that takes courage, and I appreciate that. I appreciated that.
Facts. That's a fact.
So,
And Shannon.
oh, yeah, because I said the same thing, but I guess Inaz's words are always better than mine. I suck at delivery. My communication sucks. But
At least you know. At least you know.
Okay, so listen, we're speaking about what was that last word? Because it went into our next video. What was it? Your happiness. So here's another a form of happiness for some people, not necessarily anybody on this panel, but watch the video.
Come true. Listen in. Oh no! I might be alone without a man someday when I'm 60 years old. Oh no! Whatever will I do? My world is ending. Oh no! Are you seriously trying to use that tired old scare tactic from like 70 years ago where you threaten women by telling them, oh, you're not going to have a man someday. You're going to be all alone without a man someday. Really? Come on, man. It's 2022, okay? Get with the times. Let me fill you in on a little secret here. Women don't give a shit if we have a man or not. Okay? We don't care anymore because we don't need men anymore. We have our own careers now. We have our own money now. We have our own homes now. We literally have everything that we need and we can provide that for ourselves. So why do we need you? We don't. If we have a man, it's because we want to have one. And in fact, I think it's that very thing that's making so many of you lose your fucking minds now, because now it has suddenly dawned on you that we don't need you anymore and that we don't have to settle for mediocre behavior. We're allowed to have standards now. And that right there is what's making you lose your fucking minds. And that right there is why you have been in my comment section throwing a crying hissy fit for the last 24 hours.
Okay, I'm sorry for her potty mouth.
She's
Here on
right.
Chic, we do not use such words. I'm joking.
Shout out to her bottom lip. You know what I'm saying?
And that laugh, did you hear that laugh? What are you guys' thoughts on that? Sorry, that's JR. What are your thoughts on that?
She's correct.
I think it's
Shout out to her top lip if she had one.
Oh, her bottom lip was there. That's why I said shout out to the bottom. I seen
She
that
had
one
nice
clear as
teeth.
day.
Do not judge people on their looks.
I'm not. I think it's a nice bottom lip. It's something you can suck on.
Not the person.
Wait, yeah, wait, what, Cheeky? I'm just kidding. She had nice teeth, though, I will say.
She did.
Okay, so what are you guys' thoughts on that?
She right.
Hey, JR.
Hey, that's my son.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know I wasn't muted. Why are you messing me up?
Who said she
Go
right?
ahead with your thoughts. Sorry.
I don't agree with all of her points. There are definitely some things that I disagree with, but I think the idea of what needing a man used to look like versus what it looks like now is very different. And I think people still articulate it as a want. I don't agree with just the want. I do agree that women are requiring more of men, which is why they are more hesitant and maybe less decisive. But I think myself, my opinion, I think women still need men. I just don't think they don't need them the way that they used to, because you can, rent an apartment, buy a home, get a job, and all of those things. So like the base needs in that sense, you don't need that. But I think there is something to be said about entering marriage and fulfilling each other's purposes and building legacy, building community. That need still exists because you can't really do that without that type of partnership.
All right. So that was the biggest load of BS. I mean, those type of statements, like, that's feminism at its highest, right? Third wave feminism. But we're in different times now, because it's fallen on deaf ears to the point where I'm looking at the women as she's saying it, and nobody has those reactions to women saying that. That woman looked like she was between 40 and 45 years old. If she doesn't, she probably makes good money. She looked like she was standing in a big room. She probably divorced. That's my guess. Probably divorced and got something from it. All right. But here's my thoughts on what she had to say. Women still and always will have an emotional need for men. Okay. Here's why. And they also will have a financial need for men. It's just delayed. And I want to talk about the financial need. What that woman said is contradictory because just ask women. Look at the statistics. When do women start scaling back from work? As men income increase, women pull back, right? So you're making a promise. You're making a bet with yourself that we understand women work. I'm in healthcare and education. It's all women there. I understand that women work, right? But what you're saying is for the rest of your life until retirement, which you will not be able to save for because most women are average earners or below average, correct? You won't be able to save for it. You're saying that you're willing to work 40 hours a week, which is 8 hours a day, which is almost a third of your life for the rest of your life. When you break it down like that, most women are going to say, hell no, right? A third of your life spent at work. Over the age of 40, whether a woman is married or not, she still has kids. So if a man ain't there, you're the one doing a brunt of that work. You're naturally going to have a need for a man to supplement these things. All right. He starts to financially peak. You can pull back and focus on the children. That is what satisfaction usually looks like for the woman who has been patient and waited for it. She's been married to the man all that time. They might have empty nest soon. They can start going on trips, right? All of that. So what women are saying is, wow, I can do all these things for myself. I call BS on the fact that they actually want to. They do not want to work like men, nor do they have the capacity to work like men for the entirety of their life.
I'm gonna take it to another angle. I think it's very irrational and crazy to think that you're gonna live the rest of your long life without family. Um, if she didn't create children, she doesn't have a husband, she has no base of support, then she's gonna be the burden on somebody else. Say she gets sick, or can't work in the way maybe she was. Uh, like your kids could piss you off, but those, so she might be living a life where she can find some type of happiness in buying material possessions. But the thing is, when you buy things, after you buy them, you don't appreciate them no more. You know that joy and all that is, it's only momentary. With a family, it's like a renewable source of happiness and joy. They'll piss you off, and then they'll do something you're like, that's so cute. All of that poopy diaper stuff, it's out the window, you know. And as they get older, your kids can step in and be more than just a burden for you or something you got to take care of. And like when my grandma started aging, I was there for that to help change the diapers and all this stuff that I needed to do to help her get her groceries, all those things. The point of building a family is because you can't always do things on your own. Outside of all the benefits that you get from it, you will need people in this life. And it's really, really hard to put that expectation on people you didn't pour into first.
And what I will add on to that, everyone needs someone, and I wholeheartedly agree that women still do need a man. It may not be for the financial piece, it may not be for the same things that women needed a man for traditionally or conventionally years and years ago, but emotionally, women still do need a man. Adam and Eve were created for a reason.
Let me ask you a question off of that, because you guys all said emotionally, and I think that this goes back to Inaz's original statement earlier. I think that the problem is the men capturing your emotional piece. You understand? I think that it was easier to find a mate when the other things, like, for example, provision, all of those things were just involved. But I think the emotions is a little different because you got to actually like there's something about this guy that has to be able to grasp your emotions, and you want to do something. You want to go above and beyond. You want to do this. And I think that that's probably one of the hardest things to get to, right? Would y'all not agree? A person's emotions? You don't agree? Go ahead,
No?
tell me what.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't agree because I think that women are asking for more emotional intelligence out of men now than they ever have previously. But I think if we're going to talk about what triggers a woman's emotions and her wanting to bond, really, if a man's just being a decent man, it'll trigger those emotions. If he's providing, if he's protecting, if he's an active father, if he's those things elicit emotions out of women. So I think that happened before. I likability is different, but like you still get those feelings of fondness towards that person if they're doing the things that they said that they were going to do. But I think women now are asking more of men than they have in the past because all of the base needs are already or can be met on their own. Yes, to what Trigger Mike was saying, it's not the same level without partnership, but you can still do it, right? And so now women are asking for you to be not only emotionally regulated, but you got to be able to put up with my emotions too. They're asking that you be, you have more of a variety or vocabulary around your own emotions. They're asking for men to be more emotional than men have been asked before. And I think that's where things get more complicated now.
And you know what's interesting is I'm only speaking of Western culture, but we're more lacking of regulating our emotions. We're more emotionally sensitive, emotionally soft than ever before. And I think that's for men and women. So it's just interesting to see like all these opportunities and all these advancements, yet we are fragile as hell, basically. So
I don't
So
get you people. I don't get it. Y'all are saying
he needs a break.
emotion this, emotion that. And then when I ask if there is a man that is marriageable, if a man is marriageable, I'm assuming that means his emotions are in check, right? He knows how to do those things y'all looking for. But if you don't want them, you don't want them. Y'all don't care about a lot of the stuff y'all saying y'all care about. The stuff y'all put in priority, y'all don't care about. Y'all want the entire world. And then when you can't get it, all of a sudden there's a problem. That woman is 100% right. Y'all don't need men. And she is the amalgamation of how women feel about men and how they've always felt. And the only reason why women got married is because y'all needed to get married. Now that y'all don't need it, y'all the most single y'all ever been. Y'all the most disgruntled y'all ever been. Y'all the most opposed to men that y'all have ever been ever throughout history because you don't need it. It's all cap. None of this stuff really makes sense to me. I just don't understand how we come into these conclusions, considering that all these women have met men that are marriageable, but none of those men came across their mind as somebody they could marry, except for one. There's only been one for each person, right? And that person got away. That's a sad story. But there are other men that you've already said is marriage material. And I'm sure that would include some level of emotional intelligence. But now that I'm hearing that emotional intelligence is what it is that women are asking for, you still didn't choose that man. It's more. Y'all are asking for a all-star player.
So
We
what
know
I
the
so I hear. Let me just say this. I hear what Cheeky is saying because I agree with him because a person can have emotional intelligence, but guess what? If he doesn't grasp my emotion, if I don't have something for him, it doesn't matter how emotionally intelligent he is. I'm never gonna give him an opportunity. You understand what I'm saying? So I get what he's saying. That's why I'm like, I don't agree with that. Now I would want the man who I'm emotionally attached to be emotionally intelligent. Absolutely. But to just say a guy has emotional intelligence that makes him a perfect guy along with these other things, those guys are plentiful probably. It's got to be more than just that women aren't, gravitating towards these guys, in my opinion.
And the same thing, let's make this clear. The same thing goes for dudes too. It's both of us, right? Because men will say, I just want a good homeschool girl with no bodies. And then when they find out they got to teach a woman how to ride it like they wanted to ride it, I don't want her no more. Y'all are confusing. You human beings need to be abducted and dissected to figure out what the hell is wrong with y'all brain. Because y'all are starting to annoy me. I don't get it. It's not that complicated.
But it is, right? It is cheeky. And I it goes to what I was saying earlier. Hang on. So people don't understand the reality of what they're asking for. Like they don't. That guy who wants a girl with no bodies, who's frustrated about him having to teach, because he didn't actually sit there and think about, am I willing to teach this woman how to do those things? Like that's the problem. Women who are saying we need high emotional intelligence out of a man aren't equipped to really like be a safe space for that man to be vulnerable. They aren't equipped to like, you know, respect the fact that he's emotionally intelligent. And a lot of them aren't emotionally intelligent themselves and are requiring something that they can't bring to the table. People don't understand the reality of the things they're asking for. And when they get it, they don't know what to do with it. That's really the problem. It's not what they want.
So why is it that we're so
I
quick
know
to
she
put
has
it on
something to
somebody
say.
else?
I'm gonna let Tan go after she can. You can go ahead and ask that question, but Tan, you be ready with your thoughts because I know you were trying to say something before and we didn't let you go.
Tan, I'm listening to you, Miss Lincoln.
Go ahead and finish.
Cheeky just want answers. He wants some answers.
Yeah, so we keep saying marriage material. That's such a broad stroke. Marriage material. Um, you can be marriage material and still not be, I still may not be compatible with you. I still not may not be attracted to you. You can be marriage material. Marriage material isn't this end all be all and you're a match for everybody because you're marriage material. That's just not the case. And when I say, and I don't want to go into this too deep, but when I say I'm not attracted to you, we talked about this in another episode. It doesn't necessarily just mean the physical. It means there are other aspects as well. But marriage material is marriage material. It doesn't mean that you are marriage material for Inaz or Coach K or whoever the case may be. It's just you can be marriage material and still not be the right person or perfect match for every single person that crosses your path. My opinion.
Does that make sense, Cheeky?
So I just want to I want to add real quick. This is funny. So I'm gonna tell you who wins because I'm gonna look at it completely different. The man wins in the lady in the video scenario. We get what we want. You don't need a man. Bet that means I can run right through you, discard you, then I can go to a younger model. If she's thinking like you, I get to run through her, discard her, and keep doing that until I pass away. And guess what? I would likely be content with that. I'm gonna keep it real. We are very, very simple people. Men are simple. You gonna let me bust and you don't need me? Bet. Cool. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Like and for a female to say and listening to all of the stats that all of you guys have thrown out, I don't need a man. And y'all are talking about this emotional thing. Most men don't even give a damn about your emotions. Let me go ahead and I'm just gonna tell you a secret. We don't care. We listen, but we don't care. We really don't. Like, oh, babe, for real? No, you don't say. What? Babe, what do you need me to do for you? That's what we gonna give you. That's what we give you. We give you that ear because you need to get it off your chest. But but again, as we get older, our earning potential increases. I know it has been like that for me. I wasn't making anything in my 20s, and I'm doing pretty well these days. But when I hear that foolishness, I'm like, ma'am, you know what? You're right. You don't need a man. Meet me in room 312. I got you. Get the hell out of here.
Who's to say when that lady who said that, and again, I don't agree with her. I think women do need a man, but that particular woman who said that, who says when she said I don't need a man, that doesn't necessarily mean I want to have sex with a man and not be married. Some women feel like they don't want a man and they don't want a man.
So Tan, let me.
I don't know her situation, but I'm just saying I'm playing devil's advocate here.
I got you. So what do women need men for? I'm just curious.
For me, I can only speak for me at this time because when you're taking the finance.
Oh, wait, Shan. The only can we start with Tan though? She just said something.
Sure, absolutely.
And just Tan specifically. I need a cigarette.
I hope you don't smoke cigarettes.
This is my cigarette right here. What do women need men for?
It depends on the woman because every woman's needs are different.
I'm so
But
sick of this.
typically, a
Depends on the
woman.
woman
That's the
thing.
truth. I'm glad you asked your question.
But go ahead, man. I'm listening. I'm so
You can laugh if you want, but some women don't want security from a man. Some women don't want support from a man, and some women do. So you can laugh, you can sniggle, you can think it's cute and chuckle, but every woman is not the same. Um, I do want to piggyback on
just
what you said
what I'm
earlier.
saying is, what do you
I
what
know
is
it
it though?
was the AP. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, what do women need from a man? I need to know, right? Because you're saying you disagree with this woman. So what is it that you
Yeah.
think women need from a
Yeah.
man?
So I took it when she says women don't need a man. I think of the financial piece, right? I can be financially successful without a man. I don't need you to make the money. I can do that on my own. I don't need you for that. That's what I took from that piece. On the flip side, what do I need you for? Yeah, correct. I may not need you for financial purposes, but yes, I still want somebody to spend time with. I still want someone to listen to me when I want to talk. I want someone to spend time with me when I come home and I want to spend time with my person, someone who will be a companion, someone who will be a partner, someone who has the same goals as me, someone who I can truly spend life with and enjoy life with. Not necessarily the financial piece, but the other components of what bring connection and attachment.
All right. So, Cheeky, you're capping, bro, because you said women don't need men. Now, I understand that's what it could look like
Don't
at the surface.
hold on. I'm not capping. I'm getting a woman that's paying 50 or more, 50% or more. Like
All
she
right.
paying.
So, well, let me break it down to the archaic level, right? So, the way we've built the world, yeah, sure, it seems like women don't need men in the way that they are living today. The reason that they're in their homes, all right, with four walls, all right, is because
Thank
a
you.
man provided that service. The reason another man isn't busting down their door to assault them is because he's afraid of another man, which provides their protection. Women needs men's protection. And I want to talk to everybody out there, the chat. Stop using that example of a burglar coming in the night. That's not going to happen to most people. I want you to understand that when you see things about the cartel, when you hear things about women being kidnapped, it's always when they're by themselves or a woman with children. My protection and my presence is your protection. Don't take that for granted. And it's our fault as men that we let it be taken for granted. When I'm around, nothing happens to you. Your chances of being harmed simply because I'm standing here. I'm 6 foot, 250 pounds. I wish somebody would step to me on the street. Men automatically know if I'm standing by this woman, don't mess with her. She can go to the beach, wear a thong bikini because I'm right there. Nobody's going to approach her while I'm right there. That is what men are for. Women have taken it for granted, and men allow themselves to be taken for granted. We need to understand a basic biological understanding. Once this world happens, once things happen the way it's supposed to happen, and that first bomb drops, we're going back to square one. That means only women who are married and have secured their protection will be protected. It will be all single women against the bandits out there because every homegirl you got that's married, I'm like, you can't come over here, girl. This man is my protection, right? And all women will realize they should have did it when they had the chance because that is the way the world works. We have allowed ourselves to be taken for granted and created all of these systems. Women need to know, and the smartest women on earth know, if you call 911, somebody's coming. We need to make it so nobody's coming, and then they'll start to appreciate us.
So I want to say that I think that was nicely put. There are things that we do need men for. Unfortunately, let's just be honest. Most women aren't even thinking that way.
That's why I didn't want Trigger Mike to talk because
So
he's giving them the answer. I'm looking for
it
them
doesn't
to
matter if
answer.
he gives us the answer anyway, because he can still say that, and guess what? She's still not going to choose a guy that is available for her because our minds don't work that way. Because at the end of the day, if a woman is with a man and she is miserable with him, she does not like him, he's not going to even be happy with her because she's not going to even want to cook for him. She's not going to want to do all the things that women were designed to do because it's not out of love. It's like you make a house a home. Women make a house a home for the man she loves, she wants to be with. She wants to do these things for him. You know, so if you just pick a guy just because you're fearing the doomsday, or you're fearing walking down the street, then unfortunately he's gonna not be satisfied in a relationship, because she's not gonna give it all, the same all she would have given to a guy who maybe she wanted to be with, she felt was the guy for her. That's just how women think, you know.
Do
And it's
So
unfortunate.
I'm going to take it a step farther, Shan. It's not even so much like giving their all, right? Because if we're honest, men don't ask women for very much, right? They don't. They don't ask women for a lot. But here's what happens is when a woman just marries a man because she needs to be married, she does not respect him. And that's the dynamic that men hate the most. It's not the not cooking, not cleaning, because those things, most men will still stick around, right? Men don't tend to leave very often. But if that woman is disrespectful to him, that is his big exit sign, right? And that's, I think, the issue that men don't seem to understand when telling women to just pick a guy and get married, is that it's not going to last, because she will not respect his leadership. She will not respect his role in the household. Yes, okay, sometimes you'll have your one-offs and it's not everybody, but for the most part, most women will not.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Marcus.
Find a perfect man that fit into the criteria. Could you give me like the 10 or 5 to 10 things that you say, if I get this, I'm good. I'm gonna be happy with this.
You trying to nail this down?
Yeah, because I'm trying to understand to
Marcus, why are you? I need a cigarette. I'll be back.
Cheeky smokes.
I mean, you got to know what you want to even.
No, I don't smoke.
Don't be surprised.
Well, that's a great point. And what I was going to say quickly is, why would she just choose a man? You know what I mean? Like, why is she just getting married willy-nilly? And if guys are saying that, that's stupid. It's like, we are all autonomous human beings that have our own agency and our ability to make decisions. And I encourage every single person to evaluate what they want and why they want it. Why is very important. But that's why your question is very important too, Marcus. So go ahead. You go ahead, Marcus.
Can I ask you a question, Marcus?
Can I
ask you a question?
Yeah.
So let me just ask you. You're married now.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. But there were women before your wife that you came across. They were probably decent women, right? I would say that your wife was probably not the first marriageable woman that you met, correct? So there was a reason why you chose to marry your wife over somebody else who was marriageable, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that that's the same for women. It's just you know that it's kind of like when men say, "Oh, he goes to his boys," and he's like, "Yo, that's the one right there." It's something about her that's the one. You may have it's the men who have good chicks in their life and they never marry them. They're like, oh, she a good girl, but she just ain't the one. You know, it's something about whatever chick you chose. I like to think that your wives are special. So it's something about the one that you chose that was right for you. Even Trigger Mike sat here and said he had women even while he was dating. And I would assume that they weren't all just whores. You know, he was on a whole campus full of women. And I'm pretty sure there was some good women. You know,
like, so if you actually
you whore.
He has spoken on his past about his college experience, and so I'm pretty sure he came across other women who were like, you know, good women, but he didn't choose them. He chose his wife for a reason.
Okay, so like, if I was to answer the question that I asked y'all, this is kind of like the gist of what I was trying to get from you. So I got a certain look that I wanted, right? Or a certain beauty standard. So you hit the beauty standard, I'm attracted to you. Now we move into personality. I see you around your family, okay? Your family looks to you as a nurturer. You're not really needy of the family. They come, so you're nurturing, you're giving. You're not over talkative. You're pretty quiet for me. You can follow the directions and understand what conversation is, so we don't have to argue. You devoted yourself to making sure you're not going to blow up and balloon up on me. You're teachable and moldable when it comes to sex and other things that I specifically like, be it food or whatever. And then from there, when you whittle that down, you should come to a few options and you choose the best option out of that, and you can love that person. So like, if you were to pick a man, like, how would you whittle that down?
Can I answer? I didn't know if you were asking someone in particular.
No, all the ladies, you know.
Okay. I'll just answer real quick and then I'll let someone else go. I didn't know. I would say, and this is the case for my husband, and obviously some things you're just going to have to compromise, and just I think it's like that 80-20, or at least it's how I used to believe the 80-20. But anyway, someone who, and this is just off the top of my head, someone who's physically active, physically fit, because of the discipline that requires, and also just the passion that I have too for it. This might seem silly, but like music is a huge deal. So I want someone that actually cares about that type of stuff. Political ideologies, in a sense, or you could say, philosophical. We have to have the same values, kind of see the same things, not two sides of, the spectrum, like extreme. Um, Family oriented, like how he treats his family, things like that. And others. It's going to be location, I'm sure. Yes, I am married, by the way. Sorry, saw it in the chat. I guess just how he carries himself, how he takes care of like his personal hygiene, things like that are, I think, just a few to name, but also religion, I could go on, but yeah. So hopefully that helps. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah, I heard. Do y'all have Shan and Inez?
I mean, and so you want to go?
Yeah, sure. So for me, physical attraction is important. So we start there. Physically, am I attracted to you? Second becomes religion, and not just being of the same faith, but actually having an active relationship, an intimate relationship with God. Family oriented, community oriented, I hold those in the same category. And then after that comes, can we work together, right? Because you could be a really great person. I think I'm a pretty great person, but are we actually able to work together? Can we cooperate? Do our values align? Like, how do we actually function as two people trying to do life together? So that's, I guess, where, as far as I've gotten so far.
Okay, thanks.
JR, don't move Tan. I want feminine energy next to me, please. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. No, move her back. Don't put her. No, get her away from Mike. Get her away from Mike. He a whore.
He's married. Okay.
Former whore. You can't.
Yeah, like
you can't.
A man
move
should
her.
be on the end for protection. Go ahead. She might fall off.
You getting it now? You getting it?
Don't put her in between two men. That's lame.
Did you want to add?
That's exactly where she want to be. How about you ask her what she want?
Go ahead.
Thinking like you speak for women. I'm not listening to you.
Go ahead, Tandy. Would you like to add what you want?
This is in no particular order. Someone who has the same values, same ethics. Someone who we have the same, we're compatible. We have the same likes. Family oriented, someone I'm attracted to, someone who can financially support us. Gosh, I think those are the highlights. I mean, there's so many things I can just run down. Someone who has leadership, someone who is, and I want someone who is well spoken, someone who knows how to navigate in the business world, but still knows how to make me laugh, and just hang out with the homies. So someone who is just versatile.
Shan, you ain't say nothing yet. So
Okay, so for me, one, it's somebody I'm attracted to, and I put that as number one because that's the thing that is kind of, and I'm not even saying you got to be a goddess, but just decent, because when a guy is in the gym and I feel like he is, doing his thing, it makes me want to match his shine, so to speak, Another thing is leadership skills. I can look at your past and see that you are on the right direction. That's why I usually go for the widow or divorced guy, so he has a past that I can look at my age. When I was younger, of course, that didn't happen. I like guys who can teach me new things. I love a smart guy who can teach me something new. I'm like, oh, you're so smart. Have an intellectual conversation with. I like guys who, and that's really it. Yeah, that's really it.
Do y'all like? Because I know men, we'll have a list, right?
And
And
treats me well. I'm sorry. Let me throw that in there. Treats me well.
so we'll have a list, and say we'll negotiate certain parts of the list. So like, say you might have been the most attracted to this girl, she a 10, but she not compatible, like she just talk too much or something. We'll go to the 9 that don't talk like her, but we'll even it out to get, you know what I'm saying, what we want. Do y'all do that as well?
Kind of like non-negotiables in a way, and things
Well,
that are.
I would say they all kind of negotiable for us. Would y'all agree with that, the men?
I don't agree with that at all. I think that men are fantastic at having their baseline. Like, even if there's some level of negotiable, like if you are attracted to women who are 10s and you have access to those women and they like you, even if you don't like certain qualities, those men will rarely marry a woman who's like, I don't know, below an 8, right? There's still like that fixed line that men will not negotiate past. I think that women, even though they have a longer list, are more lenient about their list than men are.
For me, for me, the list is simple. I have my what I won't tolerate, and everything else is negotiable. What I won't tolerate, you raise your voice. Thank you for your time. Have a nice day. We're not gonna do that. Um, Another non-negotiable. I had to learn this a little bit later. If you're not family oriented, thank you for your time. Have a nice day. I can get you in the gym. I'm not worried about that. But you can't be obese. Like you like you can't walk through like a rhino. I'm not gonna accept that. Outside of that, oh, and you got to be at least a 6. Got to be at least a 6, and not a 6 to me.
The universal
Uh,
6.
right, right.
Yep.
Everything else I can work with. I can work with everything else.
So I think, Inez, what contradicts what you said is that, as we know, black men date outside the race the most. So that lets you know black men are really in love with the shape of black women. And
Mm,
that is
mm,
something, because men are visual
mm,
creatures,
mm,
that is something many men in any culture won't compromise, are those physical attributes. And black men, just to get cooperation from women, will compromise all of that. Right. So I was not like, I didn't give up because I could not compromise on the shape. You see what I'm saying? So, but you see that most black men will. So we're willing to compromise more than you're admitting.
Um, I didn't say that men will not compromise, right? That's not what I said. What I said is that men have a line that they refuse to compromise past. That was my statement. Men will still compromise, but I think women are, and let me be clear, right? Most women desire marriage and they compromise that. Most women desire a certain type of look, and yet they're having children with men that don't look like that. Most women require a certain level of financial stability, and yet are partnering up with men that do not have that. Most women are looking for a certain sexual prowess, and are compromising that because most women are not having orgasms. Like, this is what I mean by women are more compromising even though the list is longer, because even though they're very adamant about saying I want these things, the reality of who they are partnering up with can be so drastically different than what they're saying they want. Whereas men, typically, it's not too far off. yes, there's some wiggle room, but they're not straying too far from what it is that they say that they want, especially if they actually have access to it.
That's not lining up with statistics or with any of the former shows from this actual channel. So it's funny
So
because
which part? Can you clarify for us?
I'm about to do it now because I watched the show with you and Cheat Critique, where y'all was like, women are having a hard time finding financially attractive men, and then also said that women are the most single that they've ever been. That's another stat. So how is it that these women are able to compromise on things and still being single? They're not compromising on enough things, or they're not compromising on things that somehow, some way, women have chosen that they're not going to compromise on these things, just like you're saying men aren't. And it's starting to show more that women are deciding to be single because they're not willing to compromise. As a matter of fact, when we ask the question, kind of like what it is that you all want, it seems like there's a mixed emotion or mixed thing, but y'all really just want like this amalgamation of an all-star, and you're not willing to compromise for it because of the things that you now have, i.e. paying for the bills, i.e. So it's like the rights that women have, the things that they've earned through suffrage and the women's, movement has allowed them or allotted them the ability not to compromise. And because men won't compromise on your compromise, we're deciding to either date out, go passport. That's why all these things are starting to exist. There's no compromise on either end.
Well, so it was a part. I mean, you kind of confused because it kind of veered off to something else. But the first, what did you say the first time around? Like, what did you start out with? Because I had something.
The first time around, I saw Cheat Critique.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all was talking about men, right? And you all were talking about how women today have made it clear that there aren't any financially attractive men.
Economically attractive men.
So
what happened? So we all know, I think that Mike state the stats earlier, that most men don't mate. So when they're saying economically attractive, meaning competitive, and we talked about this last week, you're the go-getter in whatever field that you're in. And so that's what we mean by economically attractive, because women like men who just do the damn thing. We just do. It's just what we're attracted to. On top of that, I would say that attraction not only is economically, but is he unless you're a Goldie, you might be like, okay, I'll go with that. But some women have to have a physical attraction to him. He does not have to be a god, but just some type of attraction to him, right? For intimacy purposes. And so to have both of those in the same person is sometimes a little hard, so some women choose either or. They may go for a guy who may not be attractive. They know they're not attracted to him, but he's economically attractive. Some women may go for a guy who is not economically attractive at all, but he is attractive physically to her. Some people don't care about any of that. So it just depends. Does that make sense to the ladies at least?
So why do you think women are single in the rate that they are? Is it because they won't compromise?
No, let me just tell you this. In my opinion, I don't think that women are single by choice. I think that they find themselves in relationships that just do not lead to marriage. For the most part.
That's a different take.
Women don't control marriage. Men control marriage. And so most women have been in a long-term relationship on this panel and in life, period. But for whatever reason, we don't know what the reason is, that relationship wasted some years and it did not lead to marriage. So with that being said, I don't know many single women who hadn't been in relationships. Some women, the man was married them. Some women, that just is not the case. And so we can always say, well, it's you. But then if the guy you dated the guy, he's still not married. Maybe he just didn't want to get married. He never did. And it was just not spoken. And those questions weren't asked. The important questions weren't asked. Go ahead.
I think as women, we need to be really honest. And it is still the woman. Because if you wasted years, you chose to stay, unless that man was holding you captive, right? And that's what I'm getting at, that women will negotiate and compromise the things that they say they want, right? More so than men. Because a man who's looking for marriage is not going to stay years in a relationship with a woman who has no intent on getting married. Women do that, right? When we're talking about men who are economically attractive, right? Women are saying that that's what they want, and yet procreating with men who may not necessarily have legitimate jobs if they're working at all, right? That is exactly the point that I was getting at earlier. Women say they want these things, and yet are getting into relationships and staying in relationships where they're not getting the things that they say that they want, right? And for me, that is the reason why so many women are single. One, because they're frustrated, they're not getting the things that they want. Two, they're staying in the wrong place for far too long. And three, they're not willing to take accountability of their actual choices. They would rather place the blame on other people than to take accountability and start to move differently out of choice.
You got all the accountability tonight, huh? You done came with it
No,
I
tonight.
don't know what pill she took, but I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to add something to that too. But Tia, did you want to go? Did you guys want to go? I did
I'll
want to
go
add
after.
something to that. Oh,
You go ahead, and then I can go after.
I would argue that women like the same men. That's part of the problem as well. We're competing for the same guys. So it's kind of like if everybody's got the same preference, everybody's got the same type, that man has all of these options, and then you have all these other guys who don't have options, because he's taking all the options. So it's a competitive thing with that guy who seems to fit what most women kind of want. And that's not to take away Nas, because I agree everything what she said, but I just wanted to add that to it.
What do y'all think the solution is if it's only a few guys that, like, what would y'all think the ideal solution would be?
I like if there's only a few guys like that fit this criteria you're saying?
Mhm.
Well, I don't know if this is an answer, but I don't agree. I don't agree with that though. There's only a few.
We look for the different guys, so I think that it's just a different.
Yeah. Like I think, kind of going off of what Enos was saying, and I think women, we want to have to negotiate because we want marriage. Like these are things that, yeah, of course, you might pout a little bit that you're not getting everything, but you don't get everything, in anything. You know what I mean? So it's like that feels a lot better, and you might feel more willing to give your spouse your all when you realize that this is actually a decision I wanted to make. I made it, so I'm going to put forth my best effort, regardless of, what he does. But I don't know. I think someone else should answer that question though, Marcus, because I guess I'm like confused now. So are we saying that like there are?
So let me ask you a question. How
Yeah.
important to you is attraction? Are you attracted to your mate?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
100%.
Okay. So how important to you when you were out in the dating scene that you had to be attracted to the guy?
I said it depends. It depends for me based on like what the guy, like what his values were, the things that I kind of mentioned earlier. Because I mean, I guess okay, maybe this will help. So my husband's in the military and he doesn't have drill for a while, so he was growing a beard. Wasn't fond of the beard. Okay.
That's kind of petty, but go ahead.
Exactly. So I, of course, recognize that, hey, not my favorite thing, but he's going to have drill soon. He wants to do this because he never gets a chance. I don't care about what I feel about it at this point because I want him to do what he wants to do. You know what I mean? Because he has this opportunity. This might seem very small and minuscule, but it does kind of go with attraction in the sense that some women don't like guys without beards or vice versa. And there's a lot of psychology to it too, which is interesting. It had like 8 years.
Doesn't stop a woman from dating a guy.
Oh yeah, that would be insane. But I think attraction is important. But at the same time, as people say, everyone's going to age. And what if this person got in a car accident and was disfigured? Like, yeah, that's just like, it's important, but there's so much more that matters, I think.
Oh, absolutely.
Too.
We're not saying that there's nothing more, but let's just be honest, Coach K. There were guys, because you seem like a beautiful woman. There were guys in school or whenever that you just would not even date. That guy didn't even have an opportunity with you. Okay, so let's be honest. Okay, and it could have been a physical attraction thing. It could have been,
with what I know now or what I knew then.
Well, a little bit of both, because I'm pretty sure that those guys, even if you weren't married to your mate, because you just got married, they were available to you, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is something I'm gonna have to think about, like, and like add all these variables, because I'm trying to genuinely entertain, like, literally the thought, because I mean it's a thought experiment pretty much, but I'm gonna think about this one though. Someone else can go.
Because I'm pretty sure if I see your husband, you guys probably match. I can be like, oh, I can see they, And now if your husband is a guy, you're just saying, like, oh, no, my husband's not that. If you can prove that that's not your husband, then I'm like, okay, I'll rest my case. But if I see your husband,
he's very handsome. Yeah, he is very handsome, handsome for sure. I can't. All right, get the spotlight off me.
It was good though, but we're here to be honest.
I hope you feel that way about him. I hope nobody up here saying, "No, my husband ugly as hell." Like, I wish a woman would say.
Have y'all seen?
There are women who do.
Wait. There's I'm about to say
who says that about her. She's like, he ain't the best looking guy, but
that's okay. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like, there's videos. There's actually like this old video I saw of these people in England. It was like,
oh Lord, that must be look at Kevin showing up again. Put him on mute.
I think he froze, but I saw the video too, and it was like women talking about, I'm not attracted to him, but he's a good provider. He's a good man. I'm happy with
you know what though? So that's right, Marcus. So here's the funny thing about, I think, in the dialogue between Shan and Coach K, or maybe it was Shan and Inez, this is what we got to get back to be honest. It's women understanding that, Shan, you were right. Women are hypergamous, but hypergamy goes back to your most basic instinct as a woman, survival. All right. It is not about how cute a man is or whether he has a beard or not. Is he capable of facilitating a dream, maintaining a household, so I may survive when those bombs drop? That's it.
So and I want to ask a question too, because I'm in this situation. Let me just tell you, I have a question, Mike. But go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to address that. I think sometimes we conflate superficial with like the biological necessity of attraction, right? Because there is a biological function to the things that we're programmed to be attracted to, right? Height typically means more security, more protection, right? A certain like weight to him also insinuates the same thing. Good skin, good hygiene typically means a good immune system, right? And then let's also not forget that like the desire to have sex, point blank and period, right? Like that is what attraction is about, is that urge to want to procreate. Sure, we've turned sex into a fun time thing because it feels good. Cool, moving on, right? But its biological need is to procreate. And if you do not feel that desire to procreate with somebody, then what are we really talking about? If you're going to talk about baseless, attraction is a huge part of that biological need between men and women, which is why men are attracted to the things that they're attracted to physically in women.
Yeah, it's like almost impossible for us to long term have sex with somebody we're not physically attracted to. Our body won't work.
Oh yeah.
You might be able to
and you're a sexual creature. Imagine a woman and she's not attracted to you physically. Dude.
Well, that's what we're saying. Like,
baby.
women. I think if we're gonna talk, you know how women say they mature faster than men do. That's only in a certain area of their brain. The reason why I say most women aren't mature in another way is because they're stuck to that superficial style of thinking. Mm-hmm. There are women, if you are, paying attention to certain areas of your life are more attracted to an ugly provider, an ugly dominant male than a attractive, shallow, and weak male. You know, if you look at the way women start to become disgusted and the way they start to use men of a certain type, it's because they're growing up and realizing that this is like where women start going after other men's husbands, and they'll this is why the saying exists where it's like a woman will take your man, because don't let, and your mama even told you, don't let women in your house to see how your husband moves and watch him doing all these manly things, because that's her nature coming out saying, "Oh God, look at how he do this. Look at how he take care of his kids. Look at how he lift that thing." You're wired to say, "I'm attracted to his manliness, not his superficial." You know, I had a girl, this is probably disgusting, that used to lay up under me and like, I swear she would like smell my armpit, but she said that was sexy because it's manly that I've been working all day. That let me know that a woman that's really in tune with her nature, right? She was like a daddy's girl type and said she used to do that with her father, but that told me that's a woman's nature to just be attracted to manliness, not necessarily superficial things like looks and all of that. That means she's more so trying to do what men do.
I
So,
think they disagree with you looking at their face, Drew.
well,
Well, no, they're not all armpit sniffers. I'm not saying that.
well, that's where your pheromones are the strongest, right? And like even that, a man's scent is biological, right? You are women, not just women.
Like baccarat.
People are attracted to pheromones that signal the opposite immune system, and that's not for themselves. It's actually for their children, the next generation, right? That they have a stronger immune system when you have two different immune systems combined, right? But when we talk about the physicality, that's a huge part about the biology of it, right? Pretty privilege exists. It gives you an edge up. So you want to mate with somebody more attractive to give your next generation a leg up. Like I get being overly superficial and not like sticking to a particular beauty standard and not opening up to see and questioning, am I attracted to other things? Is there some negotiation in what I'm attracted to? I think that's different when people are rigid. But let's not forget the biological necessity of why attractiveness is important, right?
Yeah. So
There's the physiological, there's the social,
mhm,
anthropological part of it. Like there's so many other aspects to why attraction is important. It's not
yeah.
just superficial.
So yeah, I think the women that do it correctly are selectively superficial. They aren't looking for, like, I think women aren't married now because everybody's looking for the total package male, which is obvious. Like Shan said, everybody going after the same man. Ooh, girl, look at his beard. He bearded. It connects all the way. He got a good job. He drives this certain car. He wear these clothing brands. That's what they're doing. Women that are selectively superficial will literally take one thing. So when you're talking about your kids, like look at and this is a man, look at LeVar Ball. He went up, he said he went up to his wife because she was tall and said, I want basketball players. Most women actually do that. So some of these NBA players and NFL, they are ugly as hell. But because they're athletic, the woman's like, I'm getting on that train. Athletic with money, resources, athletic, get on that train. So that's I get that some women win when they're just selectively superficial and it's like he has two of the five things, I'll take it. But women fail when they try to do that across the board, 5-star, all-star type dude.
But I think too, I think that we think so. Think so much about athletes, especially. I'm just talking about the guy, like you may say, an attorney. He's got the suit on. You know, he's an attractive guy. Plus, he has a good, decent job. I'm talking about that guy. I ain't talking about the tattoo basketball player. In their 20s, I guess those girls kind of go after those guys.
Mhm.
But I'm talking about the everyday, like you can go and see this guy downtown somewhere. He's attractive. He's a decent looking guy. He keeps his figure up. He's like that bachelor. You ever seen Boomerang before? Eddie Murphy was that bachelor. He had a great job.
Oh yeah.
Nice looking guy, groomed nicely.
Look,
I'm talking
I
about
modeled my apartment after yeah, when I moved to Houston in the Galleria, I'm talking about, I was like, this apartment about to look like Marcus from Boomerang.
Let me just say this. When you mentioned, and this is off the topic real fast, when you mentioned the girl was under your arm, I used to date this cardiologist, y'all. And I used to think that every time he laid his head down, he was listening to my heart to see how fat my heart was.
Girls are goofy.
I want to
man.
be listening to my heart to see if I'm out of shape.
And
Every
that reminds me of Jeffrey Dahmer because that's what he did too. You know,
No,
like
this guy was a cardiologist. So
no, I know, but it's just like instantly.
And he's probably like, "Oh, girl, you need to go get it." You know,
Wait,
like,
why did
Oh, well.
cardiologists come with quotations?
I'm joking.
because she says she only dated. Well, every story is a doctor, so she had to.
I love it. Is something about a man coming home saying, "Baby, I saved a life today." Really? Okay, jump on that.
Don't you tell the police officer.
I love me a doctor, honey.
Those stories are crazy.
That is definitely my weakness.
Have y'all ever like heard one of your friends list and been like, "You don't qualify for that"? Have you ever like told a girl that?
They never told him. They never told him. They
Well,
thought it.
You know what? But I don't have. I think our clique is pretty. I mean, they live within there. I don't think that they are out. Nobody's looking for, because even if you look at my friends, most of my friends are married. If you look at their husbands at the Christmas party, they marry men that are, you know, I would say that right. So nobody's thinking like, ooh,
Pretty
you know,
equally.
most of my friends are married or have been married, so it's not like they're just aiming outside of there.
So
'Cause
women don't say it outright, but they'll ask each other questions like, you know, do you think that man is looking for you? Like, are you the type of woman he's looking for? Or like, you know, the I don't know, maybe you should reconsider your type kind of thing. So we'll have the conversation. It may not be as explicit as men would like us to have that conversation.
Yeah. Like, girl, now you know you can't get that man. Sit down.
Yeah, you're basically asking them, Marcus, the same thing as if they tell their friends to lose weight so they can get a man.
I
Hell
have
no.
told my friend that she was gaining weight, but I found out she was pregnant.
How did you go about that though? By the way,
You? And she was like, "You think so?" And she got excited when I said, I was like, and she's like, "I'm pregnant." I was like, ah. So that worked out well, but
wait. So how did you approach it? Let's say for someone who has a friend, like I have no idea how you would say that.
you would, well, for me, I play around with my friends like that because I would want my friends to tell you, if you see 10, if you ever see me gaining weight and I'm falling off, you better call me.
Tell you.
Say, Chante, I love you, boo, but you're getting a little. I want
Oh, y'all friendship is
and let me
cute.
tell you the reason why. Because it's easy to stop it in its tracks and get it back right than get too sloppy and then it's hard to go back. Stop me when you see I'm a pound too. If it's starting to show, boo boo, thank you, because I'm headed to the gym like right now.
And you're not
So you would just let them know.
You don't.
Me and 10 that's how we do.
I have a
Those
twin,
days
so
are
she'll tell me straight up. But
But the day after the baby was born, she still looked pregnant. I was like, this is the one that's done it. This is the baby that's changed her for good.
Oh,
She
she's
lost
like,
it in 2 weeks. She lost it quick as hell. I was like,
She can lose it. She can lose the weight.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. I was
she lost
pregnant
it so fast.
and I had a size 2 dress in my closet that I made the mistake of putting on. At this point, I don't remember how long, maybe a month or week, who knows how long, but it was a short period of time. I made the mistake of putting that stupid dress on and couldn't get it past my hips. And I cried and I cried. And it sounds silly, but I was devastated that
You
dress.
so let's just take 10 is a tiny girl. She's a tiny woman. And so she's talking about super tiny, like teenage high school tiny, like 10.
But I'm just saying, to your point, to your wife's point, it is possible to lose the weight after the baby, because I gained a lot of weight. I gained 40 pounds when I was pregnant.
That's normal though.
Is it?
You probably what you like 5'1", 5'2", 4'11",
Not 4'11", 5'1".
5'1", 117 pounds.
She's small.
Yeah,
I'm a little bit more than that.
40 pounds. That's a lot for
Yeah,
that frame.
I mean, I'm
You
more
just flat
now,
out
but
asking her way. I'm just amazed right now. Like, damn, he think he gonna get an answer too.
Regardless, she's tiny. Like, I'm gonna tell
Trigger
you.
Mike, if you wasn't Trigger might be ruining game, bro. He was scared. God dang.
If y'all don't follow her on IG or something and get out
Trigger
my
Mike,
face.
bro. You are
He's
not
not
good
really
at just
on social media like that.
Marcus, I'll be your wingman if we ever go somewhere, dog. Trigger Mike trash.
Yeah, I'm the worst. I'm the worst, bro. I'll cut you in spades in real
Marcus
life.
was right there. She was gonna answer. She's smiling. I'm like, she looking cute. She looking good.
Look.
And then here go Trigger Mike. You asking her weight?
Shut your ass up.
Going, nigga.
No.
You know what my
I'm
next
okay.
joke about
My
to be.
God.
How a virgin gonna help you get some ass? Stop it, Chicky. Stop it.
Easy. I can't smash, but he can.
I can't either. He's talking about he a better wingman.
I am. You're gonna be like, oh, he's spitting game to you just in case you didn't know. Like, why are you telling her this?
Nah.
So you guys, I have a question. Because I'm in this space and I really love this space. And let me just tell you, I have learned so much. I wish you guys were around when I was in my early 20s. This would have been an awesome journey. Just because, it's good to get information. I like to learn about men. I like to learn about, different people, period. Okay. And so one of the things that I noticed, because this is pretty much a male dominated space, even though my show is not in the manosphere, I'm going to tell you that. But I do go to other shows and I hear a lot of, the complaining and you have every right to complain. I'm not taking that away from you. And at the end of the day, I just want to say, before I say this, I want every guy to win. I do want, y'all have no clue. I wholeheartedly want everybody, women and men alike, to find their mate. There's nothing else I want from people than to be happy. I'm not one of the people who wish bad on people. I genuinely want people to be happy, even though these conversations don't sound like that. But I always wondered why men give so much, and I want you to tell me why there's so much pushback. If women say they want this, and this, why is there so much pushback? Because it's not going to change. Just like men, if they say they want this, and this, we can sit here and talk about it all day, but it is what it is,
No, that's not really what it is it? So there's a reason why in this space we use the word delusional a lot.
Okay.
There's also
Cook it, Mike.
a reason
Cook it.
why
because I see it in the chat, delusional.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a reason why all of these female dating coaches, April Mason, and all of them shut down their services. It's not the men. They all cited the consistent reason for them shutting it down. Women have unrealistic expectations. That's it.
So what's unrealistic? Can you label? Can you tell me?
So
the unrealistic part?
we talked about it last week, I believe. Women want luxury up front. Remember, men, we aren't just men out here saying, oh, this is what we want. We want somebody that's going to work with us, not because that's what we want. It's because that's what my homie Jose down the street is getting. That's what Ricky over here is getting from their wife. First off, they're getting cooperation. They're getting a woman with patience. They're getting a woman that is submissive and is willing to build with them, while our women are telling us that we need to have it all up front or she's leaving. She likely doesn't cook. She isn't as submissive, but yet she's demanding more of us than Ricky and Jorge or Jose down the street. So that is really where black men have a right. It's black men especially have a right to be complaining. If you look at it now as it stands, as I said, black men are perfectly suitable to build a life with. We are actually no longer the lowest income earners in America. Hispanic men are, right? And all of them are married, or most of them rather. So it's like, I think the narrative needs to be adjusted on that front, because women have delusional tendencies and expectations from men.
So let me ask you a question real fast. So I get what you're saying. Do you think that that's a new generational thing? Because I know, like we mentioned earlier, I forgot who mentioned it, that the women do lower their standards for certain guys. Like they do date guys who may not have a job. They do date guys. Is that something that you're seeing with the new generational woman or something?
That is absolutely the new generational woman. That clip going around today, I just did a remix on it. The woman talked about she wanted a $250,000 wedding. You see what I'm saying? Just unrealistic expectations of average men is where women are going astray. And really look at every other complaint and look at what's available to women. We are in the show me generation. We are in the Amazon Prime generation. I want it now. I want it fast. And I want to be satisfied immediately. So that's all translating into real life relationships. And it's putting too much pressure on men, where we understand that we are in a slow burning process and we're eventually going to get there. But women keep saying, I want it now and I have to have it now. Please give it to me. And it's not aligning.
Gotcha. Did anybody else have something
Do you
to
think
say?
the standards are going up?
You
think
said
the
what
standards
now?
are going up, or are they, you think women's standards are
I
going
don't
up,
know.
or are they
I
like
think
plateauing?
I think that it's hard for me because besides social media, it's hard for me to understand what a person in their 20s, this whole generation is kind of to me. So I don't spend a lot of time with people in their 20s because I don't have friends in their early 20s. But I wouldn't, if you say that they are, I can believe it just for the other stuff I see just from social media. But it's hard for me to say because unfortunately, those aren't the people I hang around. Those aren't the people I'm with. I don't know they're the way they're thinking at this point,
So I don't think it's just the younger generation. I think it's people our age too. And I think people are saying that their standards are going up.
Did you
But
call us old? I just mean to stop there. Did you call us old? You did. In fact, continue.
I had a 20-year
in your ears a little bit. No, I said younger generation and our generation.
projection.
I definitely did not say old.
For the most part, not social media, but for the everyday woman that
honestly, social media is really just a reflection of what's actually going on, right? Like whether it's on a surface level or a deeper layer, I think it's still happening, right? I think people are saying I want A, B, and C, but they're also doing X, Y, and Z, and it's just not matching up. We're at opposite ends of the spectrum, right? And so I think there's this huge disconnect where people aren't being true to themselves, aren't being authentic. And I think to what Coach K was saying earlier, I think a lot of people don't even know why they're doing or saying what it is that they're doing and saying. And I think that's just making the entire situation super murky.
You're right, because I've seen those little young girls, and they're like, "Oh, blah blah blah." They got a broke dude sitting on, you look in the background. Old dude is on their couch, and you're like, "Well, what happened right here?" Like he got the Ferrari that you was asking for. He didn't even
Mike,
got
I feel like Trigger Mike touched on this earlier. We're dealing with a generation of kids that were raised by single parent moms. That's really what we see. And then you couple that with the attention that they get from the social media. I just think that
So I have a
the world moved faster than the people did. Technology has changed a lot.
So
Go
I
ahead,
have
Shan.
a question because this is to go off the single mom because I also read that Black men are the most involved in any other. They may not be married, but they're the most involved with their kids than any other. So we're looking at the marriage rates of Black men, but when the stats come to the involvement with kids, there was also a survey that stated that, or a research that stated that they were the most involved. So do you think that the disconnect is because they're just not in the household? Because the research shows that they are involved.
So we got to back it up a little bit.
Okay.
We got to think about what generation is being raised by the us's, the dads, the 40 somethings.
Okay.
Gen X, right?
We are more involved.
So you're saying the
than
generation
our dads were.
Okay, gotcha.
These 20 somethings and 20, I'd say 18 to like 27. Pops wasn't really around, whether it be in jail or whether it be baby mama drama or he just disappeared. I mean,
but wouldn't that affect us, not the generation we're specifically?
No, this group, and I'm talking about Marcus, Trigger, and myself. I don't know what their circumstances are. I'm just talking about that age group. We made the conscious decision that we're not going to be our dads.
So are the kids not our kids that are going through the generation? Like so we're all we pretty much have older and not old kids, but older in age, maybe late teens, early 20 kids.
Right.
So would that not be the generation in question though?
No. The generation in question is the generation right after. Or right before us,
kids?
right?
Why are we looking at kids?
No. I'm saying So I'm going to your stat, right? Your
Okay.
stat is saying that black men are more involved.
Yes.
That was not the case so much in the 80s and the late 70s into the mid 90s.
But the
The
generation.
kids that were born, like it's all about doing the math now. So the kids that were born during that time frame is not us. We were 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, right?
Okay.
Our kids were then born who are now anywhere from 5 to about 18, depending on how early you started having kids.
Right.
It's that 20 something group, this loud 20s group who is just out there. They're the ones that are on social media showing their every body part that they have to get the money, the likes, the attention. I think that we're going to see a shift. And I think it's coming up probably over the next 5 years. We're going to see a shift from that because we are now active in our kids' lives. Prior to that,
I think I get what you're saying. You're saying the behavior is going to change because the men that are more active kids will be maturing into the next generation, and they're going to
right,
be responsible young adults.
right.
It's like the pendulum swung because I know the baby boomers and maybe like the generation before them really mess things up. Well, you know what? That's not even fair. I don't want to say that. But like as far as looking at how they parent, like pushing, their school and things like that, which can be right or wrong, however you want to look at it. But I was just going to quickly say, just like, the kids not knowing what they want or whatever, it's just, I think majority of the society, the younger people, I mean, I'm 27, but I'm not like-minded for the most part with those my age, but they're just the entitlement, it's like the technology has made things so much easier, but no one wants to work hard. Like, especially kids my age, no one wants to work hard. And it is so mind-boggling. And me and my twin sister were just talking about how we're just gonna have to face it, that that's how it's going to be in anywhere that we go because our dad worked incredibly hard, and that's where our work ethic comes from. And they're just but they want everything but don't want to work for anything. It's insane.
Well, let me tell you this: in being in the school, and I hate when I say I'm in the school because I don't like people knowing that, but being in schools, they still don't work hard. You know how many times people have to, not me, because I don't do that. But people have to manipulate grades. They don't want to work for it. They
And the
want to
parents
keep,
probably give you hell, right?
yeah. It's not the kid's fault. It's or you have to accept that. See, we gotten to the point where there's no punishment for being tardy. You could turn an assignment 5-6 months late. Like, what is that teaching the kid? And it doesn't
Exactly,
mean
yeah.
just because they gave effort that should it
How,
doesn't.
5-6
how long
months.
has it been like that? I'm just
Oh, you
curious.
know what? In all honesty, maybe it lasts 5-6 years.
Man, I wish I could go back to school. 5-6
I know
months.
that. What?
But what?
So I would say that it's going to be interesting. This new group that's coming into how that's going to work out, because they had, like you said, everything. It's like you're in competition with the earphones, and now they have them the same color as your skin. So now the teacher has to go extra hard trying to see who has something, and then I listen to the lesson. They're listening to their music control. Y'all don't even understand how important music is to your child's life. They listen to it. It's like they can't live without that music. They cannot live without the phone, to the point where it is hindering them. They're not learning anything. You know why? Because they're listening to music 24, and the teacher can only do so much with so many pupils in the class. There's like 30 kids in the classroom.
Which is why it is incumbent upon us as parents to moderate and control it, regardless of what they see from their peer group. And that's essentially what I do. I don't care what they are doing. I don't care what your friends are doing. That is irrelevant to your life. As a matter of fact, they are a speck in your life, because once you are finished with this phase, it's on to the next phase. So those are the lessons that I try to teach. Um, and I think again, only time will tell, right? But I think that the more engaged dads are, which is why I think dads are important. Um, the less you see of that, like my next question to you, Shan, is when you see that, do you mostly see that from the single parent homes, or is that typically across the board?
It's not, there's no way for me to know that it's a single parent, because most people, even if they are single mothers, they have a father's name on the list. Now I can probably say, oh, they don't have the same last name, but usually most people, even if they are single, if I ask the kid and say, oh, they're single, most kids in my database have a father listed. Now, whether they're together, whether they usually don't have the same last name, but whether they're together is another story. But I don't ask those questions. I just call the parent that's available to speak. So if I can't get in touch with the first contact, get in touch with the second one, and I go down the list. So
much love to the stepdads. And I lied to you guys earlier. I'm sorry. I got to take something back. I did let a girl go because her middle toe was longer than her big toe, and that messed me up. It messed me up. I couldn't look at it. So yeah, man, it
They all
really
fit
screwed
in
me
your
up.
mouth.
let's do these super chats real fast, you guys, while you putting stuff in your mouth.
You don't know nothing about that. He just fetishized her.
Super chat. That was a question that we had already answered.
You gotta get them how you live. You can't find no good woman. You better accept that middle toe.
So Rodney Dunn, 1999. The next time her power goes out, then she needs to fix it. Her roof is leaking. She needs to fix it. Next time her AC goes out, she needs to fix it. Her car engine goes out. She needs to change it. Don't call a man at all.
Well, my car is actually out right now. I had to take it to the Benz dealership. They gave me a rental car. Thank God. Hallelujah.
Yeah, don't say they. Say a man.
Listen, most guys, even if I had a guy on the side, he don't know how to fix that car. He just doesn't. He doesn't. How many men do we know nowadays can't even change a tire?
Look, don't do it. Don't do it. Men have
You
instincts
know
you
it.
don't have.
You know it.
Men tell women to check tires. Have you ever gotten in a woman's car and that floating death trap of a car where they got no tire pressure and but they going 80 on the
Or it's
highway?
bald as hell.
Child,
Or
you better
or
go
the whole
right
thing
into a
shaking like a
car.
pit bull in the middle of the night. You like, bro, why am I experiencing this shape? Like, am I scared or is it the car?
Give them a couple of dollars.
What is that sound? And they always clueless. What is that? What is that light in the day? It's low
Bro,
tire
you got
pressure.
Chewbacca in the back seat. What's going on? Somebody
She tricked
explain to me
you.
what's
She
going
tricked
on.
you to get in her car so you can fix it.
Yep.
Like what?
I'm gonna get out the car and be like, 50% of my bills got to get paid, baby.
On that note, John the Baptist, $5. Have the highest, I'm guessing men have the highest emotional intelligence, and males have the highest emotional intelligence, and females are just emotional. I don't really agree with that. Rodney Dunn, $4.99. Thank God I found my wife, because these women on the panel are confusing as hell. Want protection without being perfect want perfection without being perfect themselves.
Did
I don't know that I
anybody
want perfection.
Y'all didn't say that. Y'all was confusing though, but y'all didn't say that.
And one guy even was like, I bet Shan Monet likes Idris Elba. Actually, I don't. I'm not attracted to him at all.
Yeah, he walked up on you. We'll see.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not attracted to him. I'm not gonna lie to you.
He's a married man. I don't know that that's her type.
You know what I mean.
Rodney Dunn, again, $4.99. Thank you, sir. Oh no, that's the same comment. Shan?
Y'all know I can't see. I don't have my glasses on.
John the Baptist, $5. Women are more alike than different. You are not unique. Stop with the cap.
If that were the case, then if you have a woman, you should be able to get all women, because we're all the same. We should think just like your woman thinks. And you have,
and we have all flavors.
Wait a minute. See, that's the chant.
There's
a baseline. There's a baseline.
Get out of here.
I mean, you kind of did earlier say that most women are the same type of man.
Look. We're not going down this anymore. I need a cigarette break. If we do it again, I'm going to go to smoke. Okay?
You better stop smoking if you do smoke.
I'm smoking.
You're killing our ozone.
I'm smoking.
So John the Baptist again, $5. Women don't have a type for marriage. Only men have a type for marriage. John the Baptist, $5. Asking a woman what she likes in a man is like listening to a child tell you what they want for dinner from McDonald's.
My child knows what she wants from McDonald's.
Damn, I was going to say that's actually that's opposite. Everybody, I want the #1 kids meal with the
He rolls
turkeys.
up like Happy Meal. I'm gonna take a cheeseburger this time.
I tried McDonald's to be nostalgic. When it's still nasty. God damn, it's nasty.
I don't like it either. I just like their oatmeal.
They don't even have leaf lettuce no more. Everything's shredded. I was like,
isn't that horrible? But go ahead.
Oh my God.
So Michael Newell, $2. Kevin Samuels was right. Older women are just too difficult.
Hey, that's true, unfortunately.
So Shy 87, $2. Shan and Tan's friendship is like Ryu and Ken. Respect. I like the reference.
You mess with Street Fighters?
Yeah, playing it.
What?
Tell that to the next dude y'all dating. He about to be like,
John the Baptist, $5. Cheeky generation will messy it. Not Cheeky specifically, just his generation will ruin future kids.
How old are you, Cheeky?
I'm 1 year younger than Coach K.
So you're that generation we're talking about.
No, we're not. What's so funny is
Well,
she
Coach K said that she got herself together.
You know it's so crazy. You know it's so crazy.
Mm.
Every time I see somebody working in the warehouse, it's some 26-year-old boy, young bull, carrying the boxes. Whenever we was working at Amazon, young bull carrying the boxes. I'm telling you, these men are construction workers, young bulls. Hey, young bull, go pick up that shovel, dig that hole. I'm not doing that. I've been here 10 years. How do I know this? Because I was there. What do we say?
I would hope so. I think those are areas where I would hope to find them, but I'm saying like the majority, though, not looking in specific settings.
Rural areas, if you like Carrollton.
I would expect to find, but I'm saying like in general, like in school or whatever, or like even restaurants. It's a mess. Come on,
I don't know.
Shan, they said you got me a
white collar job now, so I ain't worried about none of that.
Oh, okay. You work with old people then? No, I was kidding.
You said what they say? I heard my name.
They say you like light skinned guys with fake braids.
Shamar Moore from Diary of a Man.
Boris Cujo.
My dream guy as far as celebrity, I only have one guy that I'm attracted to who is a celebrity. And that is all guys who are celebrities. I can think of anything from now in the past. There's one celebrity that I am attracted to. And I'm not going to tell you because you made that comment.
I'm gonna remember.
How you gonna do all of that just not to say it?
Yeah, like it was a lot of build up to nothing. You gotta at least tell us who.
He light skinned. She said it on the show before.
He is, yeah. His name is Chris Keys.
Okay.
Oh, he's an alpha. I know him.
He is an alpha. And that makes him wonderful because he's an alpha. Okay, so listen. And then there's a guy who used to play football that I used to have a crush on. And because he was friends with a friend of mine, but never talked to him ever. But his name was Cortez Hankton. Oh, he's a real dude. Oh my gosh. I used to look at him like, he's so nice looking to me.
Light skin too?
No, he's dark. He's brown, like a dark.
I was about to get you on the grounds of colorism.
I had to bring the dark skin, brother. Had to bring in the dark skin, brother.
I was going to get you on the grounds of colorism. I was going to put you on trial.
Yes.
Oh, that guy. Good for you.
He's married though, so I would never be disrespectful. I don't want to come off as being disrespectful, but he is a nice guy to me.
That's what they all say.
Oh, I don't do married men, honey.
You know I'm dumb.
Okay.
Wait, I told you. Once a whore, always a whore.
Who's a whore?
Trigger Mike. You heard him?
Me.
Talk about some.
You did just say that.
They all say, "Oh no,
man." Listen, no. On some real, like we have these conversations in our friends circle, you know, married people, and a lot of them, like for some reason, a lot of black women are therapists, psychotherapists, and all of them, and a lot of them are very accountable to the state of women in the world today, and they basically say, guard your husbands because half of the women in the United States are going to be single. And the one thing when we talked about earlier, women coming to the realization and them maturing in a certain type of way is that their emptiness and their loneliness is going to be so bad that even civilized women are going to resort to taking another woman's man, right? Because that's how bad we see that it can happen for many women today, but that's going to be most women. It's like y'all are so highly competitive in that space that you are going to want to share a man, almost as if somebody who was opposed to polygamy will now be for it because she's so lonely. It's crazy.
Well, do you think that she's lonely just for a man or a particular man?
No, so what I'm saying is you don't have to be so particular if you're not desperate. The desperation is going to set in, and all of those
Listen,
particulars are going to go away.
I know too many old people that are okay, too many old women that are okay with not having a man. I know
Oh,
too.
they're getting the D from somewhere. Then
Let me just tell you this.
Miss Barbara is real. Miss
Let me
Barbara
just
is
say
real.
this.
She's getting the D.
And this was going to be another conversation, but since you brought it up, I actually went to Alabama, and I take my podcast with me. If there's an opportunity to learn, I want to learn from people, you know. And so what I've noticed is a lot of older women. I don't know whether they've outlived their husbands or whatever. They're single, they're divorced, whatever, or just not married. And I always ask, like, you know, are you okay? And well, let me just put a reality. So I maybe asked 7 people, okay? 7 of these women. Don't think I asked the whole city, but I asked maybe 7. Were they looking for a man? They all were like, no. At this, no. No, 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 no. Whereas I did ask 3 men, and it seems to me, and I didn't ask them, let me just say this. I asked 1 man and I looked at the other 2. But it seems that men are quick to jump right. There's something happens to their wife, they jump right into another one. Either they die after their wife or they jump into another relationship with a woman. Whereas women are like, you know what? Maybe it's because they just like, oh, he was such the love of my life. I can't even see myself being with another person. Maybe that's why. But the answer was,
well, it's also because women can't.
Everyone.
Go ahead, Nas. Please, because I really did have these conversations.
Look at it, Nas.
Again, I think we romanticize the past, right? Like those were with that older generation, those women had to get married to survive, right? They weren't going to be able to stay in their father's household for the rest of their lives. They weren't going to be able to get apartments on their own. Work was few and far between, so it was a necessity, right? And so a lot of these women got married because they had to, right? So that's 1. 2, there was no like the division of labor was clear then, right? Like the men were not really like, maybe they took care of the outside of the house or maintenance of it, but in terms of rearing of the children and you know, the emotional labor, that solely fell on the women. And the conveniences we have now did not exist then, so that work was much more laborious then, right? There are a lot of women that were just like, if I don't have to sign up for that, I'm not doing that. And keep in mind, like when people get to a certain age, they're set in their routines. So finding a partner at that age means at your age, you're going to have to succumb to all of that when you've lived your life not having to do it, or now you've broken away from that. So I think with this generation, when they get to that age, I think it could possibly look different where women are not going to want to remain single because the conveniences are different. The lifestyle is different with partnership. Like the setup is different. So I don't know that we can look at the past and be like, okay, well, in the future, it's going to look exactly the same. I think it'll be different, right? I think
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, have we evolved away from connection though, you know, and like fulfillment, you know, those types of things? Because I think that's what older women and men, I would say too, that's really going to hit them when they are, you know, 70s or 60s or 70s, because, you know, maybe their friends are, they're with their families, or, I mean, when, and like you guys were saying, someone was saying earlier, the material stuff. Oh, it was Marcus. Yeah, that stuff that only provides so much pleasure. And then if you're vacationing, well, you're getting older too, and that's really fun and you can look back on. But at the end of the day, when I think about like if on a Saturday night and you're 65 alone in your house because everyone's doing stuff, what are you gonna do?
And if
But
you
that's just me.
threw a party.
But I
You
think
know,
with the older generation too, like because they had more community, there was less emphasis on connection with your partner. You could substitute that. But I think with so much individualism that's going on now, that connection is going to be so much more important as this generation ages. That if you don't have it, it's a bigger lack because friendships aren't as deep, because community isn't as rooted like that. And you see how much pressure it adds to relationships now that people are isolating once they're married, right? Because that's all I need. I don't have good friends. So I think it'll be really interesting to see what it looks like in another 20-30 years.
But I mean, I think that too, God forbid, we're assuming that even if you are married, your mate will still be around at that time.
Right.
So, because
for sure.
To be honest, nobody really, I mean, it's seldomly do two people die at the same time,
Yeah.
So
that's a good point.
even with that is even a risk at that point. So you just never know what the future may bring. Fortunately, hopefully, we all live a very long, long life. But I say, look, them old folks' homes might be popping a little bit.
Hey, I do hear that they get little crushes and stuff. But I wanted to ask.
I
I
work
can't.
in a retirement home, and them
It's gonna be a party in the
dating.
retirement home. 'Cause everybody's
They're
gonna have their
still
money,
dating.
their cash up, retirement home. Which one you
I was gonna ask, which was a good point about the community, but I wanted to get anyone else's insight. Do you guys think that the habits of women specifically, but also men too, are even helping that lack of community now? Because it seems like people want that individualism more than anything. It's like at least their actions are reflecting. So, what do you guys think?
My superpower is I'm from Montgomery, Alabama. And in Montgomery, Alabama, they believe in community. They know what each person is doing. My mom can tell you everybody's life on that street. It's embedded in them. That's just who they are. And it just is what it is. Now in Atlanta, it is quite different.
You in Atlanta?
I live in Atlanta.
Oh, okay, man. If I see you, then I'm gonna say something.
Cheeky, my mind is so bad. If I see y'all, probably wouldn't even you would have to recognize.
Nah, trust me. No, when I went to the Lapeef meetup, when we saw each other at the Lapeef meetup, you didn't even recognize me. Nobody did.
Listen, I suck at this, so you have to come and say something like, "Hey, like Cheeky," and I will. Once you do that, I'll never forget. I promise you. I just suck at names and I suck at faces. I don't know. It's just weird. It's just my weakness.
I think we figured it out. I think women only got with men because they had to, and now we're starting to realize women don't really like men like
now
that.
They get with men because they want to.
I don't even think that's happening. I think they're doing it now. I don't even think they're doing it now. I mean, again, you can't articles. The reason why I say these two things can't exist. We can't have this be the loneliest generation, the most sexless generation, and women are also getting together. Like this, all of these articles and stats aren't lining up.
So I think that they do because women are still getting into relationships. They're not getting to marriage. And that's where that becomes problematic.
They're getting in relationships with older men because it's the two most single. I've looked this up. The two most single people is older women and younger men, and the two most together are younger women and older men.
So are you saying like maybe somebody around 27 should be dating somebody in their late 30s?
Late 30s.
I don't think that's a big of an age. When I think about older, I'm thinking significantly older. I'm not. I always give a 10-year.
If you look at the stats on this, this is the most single men have ever been, and this is the most single older women have been. And then when you look at younger women, they're getting together, but it's apparently with older men.
That's not true, because I also saw a stat, and I need to find it, where a lot of Black women, especially, don't even get married into their late 40s and 50s for whatever reason. Like that, it was a high percentage that.
But have you seen that? Have you seen that a lot of their spouses are younger than them? You seen that growing trend?
Well, I can't say I got a young one trying to get with a sister over here. So
He's not a doctor, but he is pretty mature.
Young man.
Cheeky not a doctor, but he is pretty mature. He got a good level head on his shoulders. I mean,
he's not a doctor. The doctors that I use.
Crazy because in other cultures, like, I remember. let me tell you, I've had a time in my life. I had a fetish for women that were a little older and they're more mature than me. And when I was 19, I was dating a 26-year-old. 25, I was dating a 39-year-old. Like, and my mom hated it. And at first, I didn't think she'd find out, but somehow she found out. Sometimes a lot of these women worked for my dad, and I was managing his clubs during the summer.
That's how she found out.
That's how she found out. I know, but you expect these things to be on the low.
Wait, the strippers? You was dating the strippers?
No.
Why would he even date? This Nigerian.
No.
This man is Nigerian. There's no way he was dating no strippers.
Yo, exactly. Thank you.
It was a
no way.
The bartender, and then one was the door girl, the girl that worked the door collecting the money.
Wait, so y'all don't.
2 seconds. Let's pause it for 2 seconds. I have to give a shout out real fast, because Robin sent us a super chat. We missed her the last time. Can you get this for me, and
Absolutely. So Robin M, 1999. That stat regarding Black men being the most involved dads is not being reported accurately. The study is based on a sample size of 400 men, and men who lived with their children. Aren't most Black children raised by single mothers? So that is a fun fact. If you're gonna put out stats, definitely understand how to read stats. So
I was going off of memory. It wasn't a stat that
I'm not taking that from the Black fathers. We
I'm like,
keep that one.
There are other expansive studies that'll basically show that Black men spend more time with their children, which is the basis for that stat. So the 400 one from the CDC, sure, but then they have the Pew Research and all of that basically saying how much time a father spends with his kid ultimately.
I remember seeing the Pew Research.
Yeah, so it's like, you can try to discredit us. We're still the best dads in America.
The Pew Research one is older though, just by the way. So, but Robin M is a known. She's not a hater. No. That's my girl. Robin M is my girl. I support her.
Go ahead, Nas. What were you about to say?
Yeah, so I was gonna say, like, the shout out that I gave was not about discrediting the statement, because I do agree with the statement. I think Black men are very involved fathers, whether they're in the home or not. But it is really important when you are stating statistics to understand how those statistics came out. Because if it's not scientifically sound, it's not the most reliable source to come up with. So I just love to shout out people who know how to read stats.
Just to be fair, I've heard exponentially women state more wrong statistics on purpose than I've ever heard men. I'm being honest.
Well, we try not to on the show, so I like to stand, because if that's the case, and I'm not by the stat, because I usually like to have my stats lined up, which she may be right, because I don't have that just came off the top of my head because I remember reading it somewhere. So I like the correction. If there's a correction that needs to be made, I like it to be on the show. I don't like to be in the comments after the show. If I can address it during the show, that would be perfect. That's how we do at a Chic Critique.
Sounds good. So back to my story about older women.
Lord, I was hoping that we could go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So my mom basically said it's not good. Like, she saw that I was growing up and was like, that's not good for you to do that. And I was really feeling one of them, she's like, I won't allow it. She said, women who date younger men, it's a signal for a few things, right? The men in her own age group don't want to deal with her. She has a complex, like she has some kind of dominance thing, and it's not right for a woman to dominate a male. And in that moment, I started to try to defend it, and I was like, she doesn't try to dominate me. And I paused like, oh snap, this woman thinks there's times, of course, when we're doing things where, yeah, she'd like to be dominated, but there are things about her that has her treating me like her child. Like she can just say things, right? And that's bad. That's a bad dynamic between men and women to have. So take that from a relationship to a marriage and try to figure out how that's going to work successfully. It won't work.
I have a question because somebody made a comment about our young friend, and I won't name her name because I don't want this name to be a comment. I mean, associated with her name because I don't know if it's true or not. But what is so when people say a woman has divested, are they saying that she just doesn't care about like what does that mean exactly?
It means she don't mess with the men in her ethnic group anymore.
It can mean anything because they call me a divester because I.
But why did they call you that? Why did they call you that?
Because I kissed one white woman and dated her for 2 years,
so
and I've not been able to live it down. Although I'm not with her.
I'm thinking in my mind, because I was thinking then why it doesn't make, because when I had in my mind was, I know that there's a group that they say the divested group. And so I was assuming
Marcus,
I was assuming that means that they don't want anything to do with the community anymore. They have divested, they're done. I didn't look at it as, oh, you're just weighing your options. I like this guy because he's this and this, not necessarily because of the color of his skin, but because he just worked for me and he just so happens to be another color. Like it seems like your situation, you dated a woman because you felt like you wanted to date her for whatever reason. You don't have to explain that to us, but it doesn't mean you died. I just took it to another level of things, not just because you were weighing your options.
So Trigger Mike touched on it a little bit earlier of how some Black men divest, right? When it comes to cooperation and submission. They're not getting it from Black women, the passport bros, some of these, the terminology is different depending on the gender, right? But there are people who are not finding what they want in their own community and decide, I'm just going to wash my hands of it and quit trying and try somewhere else. Women tend to get more flack in this generation about it than men do. I think previously men got more flack than women did.
Because I'm trying to figure out what the issue is here. Because it's because I'm not that person, unless you're the guy that I want, because it's so scarce. But if it's just a guy who, if I see a Black man and he say like the passport, people think that passport. I'm like, look, if you want to find your happiness over in another country, you got to do what you got to do. You got to do what's best for you. I don't understand why we hate on that, but even now, if I see a guy, Cheeky says, oh, I dated a woman of another race. And I'm not saying this just because Coach K is here. I'm not capping. I don't have a problem with that. As long as she's not taking my man. Now this one right here, it's the fake man. It's just being this is not a man. I'm like, if she was trying to take this one, then we got beef. But if you're taking a man that, just a random guy, I'm not understanding what the issue is. I don't get it. That's just me though.
So isn't it like where people will specifically, like they specifically do not want the other gender the other gender of their own race? It's like they're intentional about it. That's at least what I've gotten.
You said what? What did you say again? I gotta process this late.
I hear you. I probably wasn't very clear. Anyway, and plus, Cheeky is distracting.
He's
but anyway,
his own jokes and shit.
I know. I'm kidding.
I didn't do nothing. But,
let's go ahead, Coach K.
It's Friday anyway, night. So it just, from what I've gathered from different conversations, is that when men and women divest, it means they're being like intentional about it. Like they are intentionally not seeking out those of their own same race or ethnicity, whatever, So
gotcha. Now I do. Then you know what I do have an issue with though? I have an issue with, and I'm gonna put it on myself, I'm not gonna put it on anybody else. I would have an issue if, let's just say if I dated a white guy and I had to bash black men in me dating this white guy, meaning I'm intentionally trying to bash and say that that's the reason why I'm dating this white guy, or he's better than, I'll never do that. I do hate when people do that, because I feel like you should just love who you love and just shut up and go about your business. It's all good, and I'll never put anybody down in the process, and I would hope that nobody else puts people down in the process. But other than that, like, life is way too short for that. If we're saying that all these guys not getting none, according to Cheeky, you gotta get it where you can get it. If she's not being cooperative, if she's not being the whatever you want, you gotta do what you gotta do. And that's the same for ladies. You gotta do what you gotta do. That's just my opinion.
Even if you gotta, check on a 27-year-old smart young man, you gotta do what you gotta do.
What do you mean?
I'm just saying.
alley-oop. Shaq and Kobe, baby. Shaq and Kobe, baby. I see. I know that's fine. That's completely okay. There's one other person that I know that don't got nobody. Bing.
Let them, whatever they're on, just let them be. I don't know what that is right
they're on it. Y'all need to share.
Yeah, they let me paint the picture. So like right here, they talk about good black men. They talking about the prototype name. He got two names, one Cheeky, you last name Banter. You feel me? Handsome young black man with the caramel complexion, a little beard, little mustache, intellectually savvy. He going,
you see my rank?
Yeah, he gonna get
rank.
Doesn't believe in love.
Yeah, no. Did we miss that part? We all caught it. All the women caught it.
He want marriage.
He believes in he just a little jaded at the moment, but he don't. That's not his long-term views. You talked to him a month ago, and it shifted. Sometimes when you heal from it,
First of all, all of these things are speculations, and I understand Coach K is a hater, and it's okay.
We're gonna talk about it.
I'm so used to women cock blocking. It's nothing new to me.
I don't get it.
I know you don't. Women always got to win.
Hey, and one other redeeming quality about him is this man has the ability, the superhuman ability to show restraint when it comes to sexual matters that most men couldn't even dream of. He is a superhuman type of man. The woman that gets cheeky will be extremely satisfied with the amount of faithfulness that he can provide and preserve on unheard levels. Any woman to be lucky to have.
So Marcus, what happened? Let me help
you. Do share. Tell us more.
Oh, I was just gonna say, if there are any ladies in the chat who are all about the sales pitch, drop a comment, drop an extra like, let Cheeky know. Yeah, drop the napkin.
Cheeky trying to find out what's that one song. Nas is like.
Okay, we're like an older bunch.
No way, this man pulling Nas out the way.
It's not hitting us. So what are you saying? Just can you please? So you're saying that I want to understand this conversation. What was the point in that? Because it just took up like 10 minutes. Like, what was the point in it? Like, I want to know because I want to discuss it.
No, we was talking about older women pairing up nicely with. So right now it's younger women pairing up with older men, and he was saying the other most single group is older women, younger men.
Oh, so shut up!
You gotta make the spark.
Over the head, man. Good
Can
night.
I share something real quick about
I'll
older
be
men?
safe.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Tan. Share.
Okay, so this has nothing to do. Well, it just has to do with older men. So kind of off the topic.
Go ahead.
So this past weekend, I was told that there's an older gentleman. I think she said 60. He's like 60. He's been dating world. So he's been taking Viagra before he goes on every date.
Is that even safe for you to do that?
Yeah.
Apparently not.
Wow.
So he took one too many Viagras before his dates.
One too many?
Well, apparently
he kept popping them?
He got a problem afterwards because I guess he wasn't getting lucky after the date. And so he had to take a trip to the hospital because he couldn't relieve himself. And
Hey,
yeah. So I just thought that was
those
interesting.
are the funniest. Those are some of the funniest
Why would he do that though?
He
urgent
wanted to
care
see in
and
case he got lucky.
emergency room because you wonder if you're getting robbed whenever they come in because they'll have. If it's summertime, you're like, why this dude got this big ass coat on? What's going on here? Like you get scared a little bit,
Oh,
and then
because they
somebody
try
will just give you the nudge and be like, Viagra.
But
they're not that big to see it real well.
guys in the gym will use it too, and it's not safe. And that's what will happen. I forget exactly what it does. Probably something with the. No, I almost
It's
said.
a vasodilator. Yeah, open up the blood vessels.
For the layman, what does that mean? Okay, okay, thank you. I almost said for the pump.
It is for the pump.
I know. I just
know
wanted
that.
to say it anyway. I caught myself. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna say it anyway.
Yeah, yeah. I
Don't
just
do
thought that
that,
was
y'all.
interesting.
Please,
Who
if you
doesn't
get to the 60 and you're
That is
not,
creepy.
but yeah, I want to know why he just won't date a younger girl because all the 60-year-olds say they can get the 25-year-olds.
They can if they
I'm
got money.
going to have a conversation. My next conversation out in the streets is going to be with men over 55 and 60. How likely are you to bag up to get a 25-year-old?
I hope you're gonna do that show in the afternoon because them ninjas gonna be asleep by now.
Hey, what's the youngest man y'all a date?
The youngest? Oh,
Yeah,
for me, I won't go any lower than like 36, 37.
What?
Yeah, the
27
guy
is a
that's
good
younger than
age.
me that's trying to talk to me, he's 33.
You're the best wingman ever.
Huh?
You're the best wingman ever. Doing a full pitch
So I think he
game
wants to
show.
hear
I
from
feel
the
you.
rest of you ladies. How about you, Inaz?
I won't date anyone younger than my same age.
How about you, Tan? Okay, you're married. We're gonna keep you out of
If
this.
I was single, it'd be the same thing, though. I will say, and my husband's older than me.
Well, technically, men, we die earlier than y'all. So if you want to have a long
That is
lasting
a true
relationship,
statement.
it might make more sense to date a younger man.
That is a true. Nobody talks about that, but that is a very true statement.
You're compelling. I will say that.
But
That's
the
good, though.
issue is these younger men don't.
Probably stay within my same, I don't know, like college years,
Oh.
the same, because you don't want to go too
I thought that
far.
was a soundboard.
I thought it
I was like,
You're
sound? I was
I
like,
got a
Shan, what kind of
master's.
soundboard is that?
The kids just came back in. Down. Come with that.
What kind of dog is that?
I got a pit and a mastiff mix. He a huge dog. Zane, come here.
He sound cute. You'll be having that dog around that baby.
Oh yeah, they good with the.
Look at that head.
God,
Look at Spanker.
Pretty.
I'm big, but he big. He likes my chest. So
Are you 6'4"?
6'7". Yeah,
Oh,
6'7".
wow.
Dang.
Your chest. Yeah, you got a
I
whole
felt the
line.
ovaries jump all the way
Probably
over
get rid of
here.
that.
Oh wow!
It's a
I
big
don't even know
dog.
how you do it. My son is 6'3", and I'm like, yo, the clothes, like it's
I
so
just
hard
caught
to
that,
find
Mike.
clothes.
I got a short torso this part, so I can put a lot of different shirts on. The pants be a
It's
problem.
not the shirts, it's the pants.
That
So you
37.
like dancing like this, like.
No, yeah, I got a good shape. I got
Okay.
the athlete build.
It works out when you see it. I get it.
Yeah, the athlete build. It'd be athlete, the athlete. But yeah, young men are a compelling argument though. I mean, you might need to look into it because you never know.
Marcus, Marcus. The issue is the young men don't want to deal with a chick with kids.
Ooh,
That's true.
dang, that'd be the part.
And I don't think he should. I don't think if he has kids, I do not think a man who does not have kids, and this is just me, a man who does not have kids, I do not think that he should be dating a woman who has kids. I don't. I think that's just me, and I'm not putting this on anybody else. This is just me, my thoughts. I think that if you have kids, you just date men who have kids as well. You guys will just have to be a nice blended family.
Yeah, exactly. Now, can we add to that? I'm sorry. Men who do have kids shouldn't be dating. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. That leaves women out. But that leaves women out. But
Well, I
no,
think that it depends on the and that to me, and this is the reason. This is the reason. You're not gonna like this conversation, but I'm about to open it up because it's why not? Here goes the hate. That's
Because
why
it's
I think
12:52.
it's 12:52.
That's why.
And I think that there goes because I do think I know what Mike was about to say. Say what you were about to say, Mike, so I can take something back on it. I know what you're about to say.
no, continue. I don't even know what I was going to say.
You're gonna say men who have kids shouldn't date women who have kids. That's what you were about to say.
Yeah.
Okay. But I think it was somebody on this platform. I mean, that's the assumption that women who have kids, the men who have kids want to have more kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you get with a woman who doesn't have kids, more than likely she's going to want to have kids. So in your mind, you have to be ready to be a new dad. Am I correct?
Yeah. No, I'm just what I was really just saying. I was saying it in different contexts, like we have women today trivialize birth, right? It's supposed to be taken a lot more seriously
Absolutely.
than it is taken, and the one way, like I don't know how, but we remove shame from it. If we wanted to stop it outside of birth control, you got to shame the hell out of it. And the bad part is that some men, right, just make it seem like it's not a problem. Like naturally, it's their own. Internally, they don't look at them as good candidates for marriage. But some men are very sleazy in the fact that they're like, well, I know she having sex, so let me push up on her. You know what I mean? Like it's a whole things out here where you see those Instagram posts where it's like single mom needed a break and you got her booty cheeks out, right? So it's like, yeah, men are taking advantage of that, which is promoting that behavior. No, you need to know that it's outright wrong. Like I can say, I got a sister who had a baby out of wedlock and everything, but she made up for it. But in my culture and in my it's non-existent. You will get lambasted if you have a baby out of wedlock. You know what I mean? So, and it stopped most women from doing it. So I take that and extrapolate it to society. Say if men are like, we're not dating you, shame on you. All of that. Women would think twice before letting just any dude shoot the club up if they don't have a wedding ring on.
I agree. Let me ask you a question about your culture. Where are you from?
Now, my parents are from Nigeria.
So in the Nigerian culture, how often do men marry?
Marriage is, I mean, like you see how South Americans marry. Community still exists, so marriage still exists.
So that's one of so it's just a different the way the whole thing is set up is just a little
and even now they're trying to because of Instagram and all this. Yes, they're adopting more Western like behavior, but even when people say that, like, oh, it's just as bad overseas as it is here. Okay, it may exist, but they're 50 years behind American feminism. Let's be real.
And that's why I don't get this new culture. When I looked at the pearl, going back to the pearly and the Hafiz thing, because I know, and I'm not going to try to get as detailed as possible because Inaz hasn't seen it, and neither has Tan. But going back to the pearly and Hafiz, that's why I don't understand how so many men are against marriage, because when you don't have marriage, you're doing just that. You're creating single parent household. Because let's just be honest, like Hafiz said, you're not stopping the F. You still want to have kids. So okay.
So here's the weird part about it. It's not even that men are against marriage. Men are doing what's natural in their nature. Now, just put it this way. Baseline, men don't want to get married. There's no point to it. And never has been a point. Okay. Marriage is an honor that you bestow upon a certain type of woman. You believe she's special enough and you honor her because this woman wants to have your children. Right. Mm-hmm. And you say, this woman being so special, I'm going to bestow the honor of marriage upon her, even though it doesn't suit me as a bachelor, even though it's not in my own best, superficial interest. Because she did this, I will honor her this way. That's the way men have been since the beginning of time. It's also good, for family and raising children and all of that. But nowhere in life has me and Marcus, if we were kids and we grew up in the same neighborhood, I can't wait to be a husband when I grow up. Men don't say that. We never would have said that. It occurs to us. That's why we talk about femininity a lot, right? Some men, even though they don't have a example of a father in a home, when you meet an ultra feminine, soft spoken, nurturing, submissive woman, something in you goes off to say, if I don't take this woman off the market, somebody else will. And if you approach a woman like that, what is she going to require? Marriage, right? She won't. She won't go deep in the water with you because I think somebody said something about men meeting certain women they wanted to marry before. I got one. I wasn't ready. I was 21. This woman was perfect. You see what I'm saying? Perfect. Everything. I knew her from high school, but we didn't know each other. She was mature, knew what she wanted out of life. She like brought behaviors out of me and told me I was you're a handsome man. You just have behaviors you're not doing. She bought me my first like suit from Express and all that type of stuff. Like, you should go out like this for your interviews. I was like, good God Almighty, if I don't take this woman, somebody is going to. I didn't take her seriously. She was married 2 years later. Right. So
same with me. I had another one before. She married a doctor like right after she got out of school.
It occurs to men that women like that if I'm not ready, I got to get ready, right? So those are the type of women. There are not enough women around anymore to inspire that type of behavior from men, right? You're cursing us out. You're doing all this stuff, but saying I want to get married. No.
The weirdest thing is that it's almost impossible to get me to do what you want. Like, I just don't behave like that. Like, can't nobody tell me what to do. I do not just because. But if you had the type of femininity he just described, my duty for wanting to do right by you can get me to do anything.
I will go to the ends of the earth.
Anybody can get me to do anything if I want to do it for you because you just deserve it. You can't force me into nothing. You back me into a corner, I'm fighting harder than anybody. If you tell me to protect the corner that you're in because you're providing, I'm ready to die. I'm ready to just get out here and do whatever needs to be done because I value what you bring so much. It's a weird. I probably would have been the last person to get married, the last person to be the type of husband I am. None of my homies could have never seen this for me. They like, bro. I'm like, yeah, no, it's good. Everything good. They just couldn't see that for me, bro. Like, no, not I. Like, no.
I have a question. So I get it. The modern woman, they're not cooperative the way that you say you are. But like I said, I do follow a lot of passport bros. And I see these women that they're interviewing or they talking to, and it's just like, or I've heard passport bros who say, oh, I met this one girl, I met her family. And they talk about how they meet all these families, they introduce you to family. And I'm thinking, you're still not married. You're just, what are you there for? Because you're saying that they're more cooperative. They're all of these things that you're saying that you want, and you met their family, and yet you bring another one up and you're still not married. So it almost makes you think, are you just there to say that you have access to these women, or are you there to really?
So when we look at, this is what we got to do. The passport bros, especially the big ones that make the videos, just like you were saying, you got to talk about the average guy. They're not doing average things. They're trying to tell a story. Like, they're the celebrities of the passport bros. There are men. I look at the real passport bros as military men, right? You remember I said it, I think it was on your show.
Military is a little different because the military kind of controls your life. They're going to tell you what you
think. But what I'm saying is they have the same
military base.
They have the same narrative, though. They have the same narratives where it's like, where am I going to choose a wife from which duty station? Oh, I'm going to this duty station because the women are more submissive in here, right? So it's like we do get to choose our duty stations, right? So for some reason, all the white dudes, that's why you see all these Okinawan white kids running around America, because white dudes love Asian women, right? But it's because the way the family is, their culture, they take the children's education and upbringing seriously, all of that. So the passport bros won't really show you, like, you don't expect those specific men to do the duty of what men should do, but they are doing the work of showing men that, look, if this is something you're considering and you want to know what type of woman this is for, find them here. Because like I said, just like Nigeria is 50 years behind, they're still in wave 1 of feminism. Those countries are in wave 1. Here, we're going into wave 4 and 5.
Can
Two,
oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna talk about feminism as it relates to Asian women, and then I talk about the ones we see in the past. But I have actually, because I did this a while ago, I've actually asked a few people who had Asian mates. One was black, and maybe two were white men. They were of status that I felt comfortable talking to, and the black one said that she'll do anything you wanted to do, but she gonna check that checking account. She gotta make sure that money is in that checking account. So it's not like these women are just doing this for any type of man. Asian women are very particular, especially certain Asian women, because when you say Asian, that is a continent. We're talking about certain Asian women who the ones that you mostly see with white men. It's not like they're just with average white. I mean, they are, but he ain't doing average things. He taking care of her.
No, so
Somebody has to make a comment like they got to check that account. That ain't even the energy that I think.
nah,
Okay, so which Asian are you? So I know Asian.
No, these are the most. So remember, I said military men. These are average earning dudes. But look at it this way. When they say check that account.
Let me clarify. There's a difference between Chinese and Thai.
Yeah.
There's a difference between people. They're on different levels. So I'm talking about a certain, like we're talking about Chinese, Japanese.
My aunt is Filipino.
Right. Filipino is even on a different level. So when you're talking about, if you're talking about a woman from Thai, she's very different from a woman from China. She's very different from
no, they're not that different. So this is the issue from coming from those countries and here. They're actually not. It doesn't matter what they want. American men fulfill all of that. So what they're looking for is a man with
Chinese women, besides going to the beauty store and see one black kid, are married to black men.
Wait, what? No, that's not the point I'm making.
We're not talking about Thai. Well, I'm telling you, you're saying they're not. They are different. I'm telling you.
No. This is what I'm trying to say is they're not different in the way they can be satisfied by a Western man. When they say check that account, so that's actually something they do say. When they check that account, they're looking for a man with a stable paycheck, because some of those countries, the men are working job to job, contract to contract. They're helping. So in America, everybody knows, people think they come here for prestige. No, this is one of the most stable paycheck earning places where, oh, he has this coming every 2 weeks. That's what they mean is like, I check that account. The average working man in America has that. So that's what they're looking at.
That's not what I meant by checking the account. I'm talking about, and I wish, let me see if I can phone a friend and see if he's available. I'm going to text him. But I'm talking about, if I can just not put his face on, I'm talking about, no, she had a job and she wanted to make sure that he was financially stable to her liking, but she would do anything he asked her to do, but financially stable to her liking, not borderline making it happen. Now, I do know that there are other places in Asia who, may be okay with that, but please understand that I'm not talking about all of Asia. I know I said Asians, but if you pay attention, there's more that blacks tend to deal with, countries, and there's more that typically go for white men.
So Shan, I'm gonna jump in here and say that it depends on the lifestyle that she already has, right?
Okay.
If she has a fairly stable lifestyle, she's not going to be moving continents for her status quo. She's going to be, because women are naturally hypergamous, she's going to be looking to level up in her standard of living, right? You're going to move away from your family, from your community, from everybody that you know, and be that type of woman to this man. There's a certain lifestyle that you're looking to have. Now, if you're not somebody who is of means or is stable, then your standard of what you are willing to negotiate to move continents for is going to look very different. And I think that's kind of where the passport bros can be a little bit problematic in some of their dialogue. It almost feels like sex tourism listening to some of these guys, but just kind of glamorized. But if a woman is comfortable in her lifestyle, that's when she's going to check what the income is. If a woman is living in poverty or barely making ends meet, as long as there is stability and consistency, that's all she's looking for. And I think that goes for most women anywhere. That standard just kind of looks different depending on what you're used to.
And you may be right, because when you're thinking about like a Japanese, and their economy is almost like out. You know what I'm saying? It's just the economies are different in certain areas of of that area. You understand? So whereas somebody who may be from Thailand or from another, it may look a little different as far as economics is concerned.
So we be we be
I'm not
going to
trying to call. Please do not. I did not want to offend any Asians. Oh gosh.
we be going to this like couples game night, married couples game night type of thing. So it's a Japanese couple there. I think my wife should be great, but I never seen nothing like this. He don't touch bones in chicken. So he has this thing where she cut the meat off of the bones, so he never has to ever touch a chicken bone and feed. I'm sitting there like, damn.
If my husband said that he doesn't want to touch bones, that's just something that to me would be a lot to ask.
I'm talking about the way that I don't know. It was unique to me. I never seen that before.
So, Tante, do you think you can ask the average American woman, can you debone my chicken? And she's actually gonna do it.
Chicken.
We talking about wings.
Enough. I don't know Coach K enough because we met on this platform, but I know Tan will definitely debone your chicken. You know, I guess it's
the next man your man debone his wings and see how he be acting. Like,
let's call it out. Yo, Marcus, let's call it out like it is.
But I will.
Let's call it out like it is. So everybody want to know what's the magic sauce that makes a man go nuts when it's like, I got to have this woman. Yeah, it's no longer sex, right? Because we get that freely everywhere. When a woman is doing these type of gestures, not just deboning chicken, right? But when it's these type of gestures and we watch her do it effortlessly. And so I always say to like my little brother and frat brothers who ask me, if you're not amazed by that woman, she's not good enough for you. Literally, like I said, it should like be a serendipitous moment that you realize you got to marry that woman.
Give some examples.
This is true. Let me tell you. Let me give you an example of something I did, because this guy liked me to the utmost. Sometimes I'm like, oh, could have that home worked out, but I just didn't like him for some strange reason. I'll never forget. He lived in New York, and we had to drive from New Jersey to New York for something. And he was like, even though he had a great job, for whatever reason, he had a mixtape, okay? But he had an awesome job. Like, the job was high, like, really awesome job. But he had me listen to his tape, and I was falling asleep. But it was a lyric that I remember. I don't know why I remembered it. And one day we were just sitting there, and I had bust that lyric, and he just thought that was so. He's like, "You remember my lyric?" It was like so amazing to him. I was like, I can't remember today, but I remember repeating that lyric, and he just thought that was like, what? Like, you were listening, like you remember. I was like, of course I was listening.
It'd be little stuff that's individualized to us, right? Like, one day I was watching some content on Kevin Samuels, and he had mentioned Shahrazad Ali, and I was like, damn, I kind of want to read that book. I ain't say nothing else about it, right? Next thing I know, she got both the books in the mail and just gave them to me. I was like, dang, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's
listening.
It was, she's listening and putting it into action, and like, she didn't know how to cook, and that wasn't really. So we've got a solution, and now she take pride in cooking. You looking like that? I eat great meals every night. Like, I can show you.
That's your wife you're talking about.
Yeah, like just the extra willingness to go above and beyond and try and be super considerate and super supportive and super nurturing and just really like the best person they could be for you, tailor-made. That's what I mean by like molding, because it's tailor-made for what you like.
They're showing you things that you didn't even know you wanted, like in a woman.
Right.
It's like, wow, what on earth is going on here? So for me, it started. My wife, I met her. She walked into my dad's club looking for a waitressing job. She was so distraught. So she had this damsel in distress
thing going on. Really owns a strip club?
Oh no, he sold them. He sold them like sold his last one 3 years ago. So she walked in. She went to Hampton. She was doing her master's at Hampton, and she comes in with her best friend. And are y'all guys hiring? And I just look like, for what? We always hiring. And then my wife comes in just and looks at me, and she's my type, right? Long hair, dark, pretty, chocolate skin. I'm like, okay, she's fine as hell. Then she's like, well, she's looking to be a waitress. Do you have? I was like, oh no, our waitress has been working here for like 6 years. We don't have any waitressing job. Just so happened I was also managing I was the bar manager at Allen Iverson's mother's club, a few miles away. I said, come there tomorrow. I'm gonna be there. I'll get you a waitressing job there. So then, she writes her number down. We lock eyes. Cool. The next night, she's just asking questions and telling me about herself. Yeah, I'm a speech pathology graduate student at Hampton, and I just really, you think I'm gonna make tips in it? And this is just me looking at her with the googly eyes, like she reminded me of like my mom and like the story of her. She's just a hustler. I was like, she's doing all these things and managing life, and she's like, yeah, tell me about yourself and whoop de whoop. The guy that saw me looking at her, I forgot, I think it was a bar back, was like, damn, she fine, ain't she? And look, this is what he said in my ear. He's like, that's wifey material right there. Right? So I asked her on a date, right? And it took her a while to come over my house. She's very, she was very proper. But the first time I actually went over there, I think it was bad weather or something, and I had to go to work. I left this woman in my house. She cleaned my room, dusted it. I never dusted anything. I'm not gonna lie. She dusted it. She cleaned my game room area, my little loft or whatever it was called. And I came in like, what the hell is going on here? Didn't even know I needed bed made like Marriott hotel, and just laying in my bed watching Netflix. Those are the little, like, I was just sitting there.
I did all that for the last one. It ain't working.
But look, I was like, I didn't know if I was impressed, upset. I was just like, what is going on here? Yeah, and as that behavior went on, I was just like, okay, this girl is truly impressive. I went to her one day. She made me like she was talking to me while she was working, and I was impressed by her multitasking. Again, mother Q, like, this woman remind me of my mother. She's amazing. Making bagels, talking on the phone, like, I gotta go to class in about an hour. Can you stay till then? Like, I was like, okay, I gotta have this woman. She's like no woman I've been able to find in my immediate circle. All the women I was dating were extremely lazy, over-sexualized, not interesting, not deep, superficial. And I was like, this is what we call wifey material right here. Gotta snatch her up.
All right, real fast, Congo. Thanks for super chat.
So Congo English, $10. Marcus, thank you for shouting out Kevin Samuels. Godspeed.
One of the greats.
That's the only one we get.
I did want to say something to what Trigger Mike and Marcus are talking about. Shan made like a really quick comment, and it kind of got my brain spiraling. I love hearing these stories, right? Because like hearing y'all talk about these women, it's very inspiring, it's beautiful, it's very passionate. I think where as women it can feel a little dangerous is that, Shan's passing comment was, I did that for the last guy, it didn't work out. And that's not an anomaly, right? I think that so many women do really pour themselves into relationships that way and still don't get chosen. And then the conversation turns to, well, don't do wifey things for a man that's not your husband, right? And so as men, what's the line? How do you demonstrate those things and still maintain integrity and still, does that make sense?
Okay, so the way you said it, so this is the way I'm going to say this. The reason I chose my wife, it's not that some of those things didn't happen for me before. It's the consistency in which I believe it's going to keep happening. Some women do it because they're trying to achieve you, and then they're going to stop doing it. She did all of that stuff because that's just who she was. And I can tell. That's who she was. Without me being there, that's who she was going to be. So what we notice now is that naturally women can't vet properly. But when you show up as yourself, like, be ready to present all of you. And the interesting part is that's why we say have people vet for you, because when you a man of caliber of a certain caliber comes to you, you need to be ready to display all that you have. And it's not supposed to be that many men, right? But if I went to go speak to your last 6 ex-boyfriends or something, well, he's supposed to be like, yep, she did that for me. Yep, she did that for me. Yep, because that's who you are, not because you're trying to achieve something, right? Because it's like women saying, I cooked for him, I ain't doing that no more. You're supposed to cook every night. If a woman doesn't cook every night, guess what? She's not gonna do it when y'all get married. If she doesn't cook often,
all of it lines up. Well, then what's the problem? Just you just didn't like you.
I think it's only two reasons. Either he wasn't ready, because a lot of the time for relationships, especially for men, we have to be ready for it. Like sometimes we'll meet a woman that's great, but that ain't the time that we, you know what I'm saying? That's not the space in life where we could be in a relationship. The other one is this unfortunately it happens is you were excellent, but he didn't really want you, but the stuff he was providing was worth keeping around. That's an unfortunate.
And here's the worst part about it.
The truth.
It does not matter. Go ahead. I'm sorry, AP. You've been waiting.
No, it's all good. I was just going to ask you, who vetted you for her?
My daddy.
Okay.
On
her side.
I come from a traditional home. I was raised to be a husband, right? So
he just came perfect.
My question is,
Shut up, Mike. I was joking.
Oh no! I see what you're saying.
Oh.
Her father. I eventually had to meet her mother and father. They're not together, but I met both of them. Yeah.
But see, and that goes to the point of kind of what you touched on just a little bit, was you were vetted by someone else outside of her. And that would be my recommendation for all women, to find a male who only has your best interest in mind, to vet men that you are truly interested in and that are really trying to get married, and do it. And I would suggest doing it inside those first 3 months. Once you've decided, you know what, maybe this can go somewhere. Once you have made that decision, let the men in your life find out if it should go somewhere, because then you can actually save yourself a lot of time and a lot of heartache for that kind of situation.
Hey, do you know
my wife's brother introduced me to her? He was like, I got the perfect, because I was describing he was like, you got me my sister, bro. Like, yeah.
So I was gonna say it actually can work in reverse.
Oh.
I got a really bad relationship, and my parents went to like the outlets one day, and my mom was like, I see you've been being down after you and her broke up. That's fine. I got a girl's number for you. And think about me in 20s, like mid 20s. Mom, that's whack. Get that out of my face. She gave me the number. I didn't call this girl for like 3 weeks after I wore that outfit again and found, the number on the paper. I called this girl. She gave me her Facebook. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for the distance, because the outlets are always far from us, right? If it wasn't for the distance, she was so pleasant. She had the fattest. So mom was looking out. I'm not gonna lie. But like, this girl was very family oriented, and it was my mother that vetted this woman. Met her, she was like, me and your dad were talking to her, and she was like, you should meet my son, and all this type of stuff. So it can work in reverse too. I'm telling you.
But you didn't marry her.
Well, I didn't even date her for real because of the distance.
Oh, okay.
Mike and Marcus, when he comes back, would you say that your guys' wives, although they had qualities that maybe some other women had, what set them apart though were these things that you guys were just talking about, the things that your wives do, that's just who they are? Like, yeah. I'm sure it's one of many, but it just sets them apart. So you guys know when they're doing this intentionally, and versus kind of like, I'm gonna try to win you over first and then I'm gonna stop doing it. Would you guys say you just knew? You
know those sayings when y'all say I do, she starts saying I don't. That's meant for women that basically dupe men into marriage. Most men, unfortunately, like we said, are raised by single mothers. They don't even know what to look for in a woman. They're marrying their favorite sex doll in a sense, right? I was, taught to look for certain attributes in a woman. And I just told you, it was occurring to me that I really dug the qualities that my mother had. She was such an amazing mother. She was such a dutiful wife. I didn't even know those things were instilled in me so hard, but it all came out when a woman that I was interested in started showing that to me, right? Like I said, if you didn't amaze me, you weren't good enough for me. She was just amazing. And regardless whether I asked for it or not, it was done. It was done so effortlessly. I was like, this is just who she is. Oh, and I'm an eldest child. She's an eldest child. So I saw her just working things in her life like a switchboard. I was like, good. I said, we're gonna be a good couple. Like I could see my future. You know.
Well, where
So,
do you live, Mike?
I live in Houston, but I'm from Virginia.
I think, and I think that too, location has a lot to do with it. That don't fly in Atlanta. I mean, you gotta remember it's like 15 to
I
1.
honestly don't understand why black women live in Atlanta. I don't know.
It's not a great dating. So when people say, why are you single? It's because you live in if a person's single and she tells me she's from Atlanta, it makes sense. It just makes sense.
Like
The
I
people
don't
who are
know.
married here came here with their husband.
How can 80% of the men be other than hetero or down low and you expect to find a man? I don't know.
Yeah. So
so
it's definitely not a good place to move if you are trying to find a suitable. Now you can find some good guys, but are they ready? No, because it's just too much candy in the candy shop. It's like, it's just not gonna work.
so for me, Coach K, my uncles, since I was young, prepped me that marriage was bad and that don't get married. These women gonna like do all of these things. They're gonna nag you. They're gonna have emotional tantrums. They not gonna want to cook. They not like they gave me every horror story in the world about what marriage was gonna be like. And I spent a long time just dating lots of women or whatever, right? So understanding that, I started to notice that not all women is the same, and different women have very different personality types. And I think it falls into like 3 personality types though. And like the easiest way to describe it would be like, so there's the type of woman who she wants to get even with you at all costs. You do something to her, she want her lick back. Then there's the type of woman who it can go either way. Sometimes she want to get even if you get her mad enough. Sometimes she may not. Then it's the type of woman that'll just disappear and walk out your life completely. The first type of woman is the type of woman that I would recommend anybody marry because she provides so much value to you that her removing of herself is enough to hurt you. The other ones, they just gonna try and get you back. So
That's an interesting way to put it. I like that.
yeah,
I
but
agree with that.
yeah,
I mean, for young women who are trying to get married, I would just basically say, unfortunately, you weren't raised to have a mind for men. In fact, you were raised to have the opposite. Everything is about you, your happiness, and what makes you satisfied. It's literally the biggest cheat code in life. All right. So a powerful man knows his strengths. A powerful woman knows her limits. You have to know exactly where you're limited so you can appreciate how much a partnership with a man is gonna net you in life. So that's why most women, like Nancy Pelosi, I'm not even a Democrat. I'm a conservative, but I think her story is one of the best stories you'll ever see because she's literally the most powerful political woman that ever lived. But yet she stayed home and raised all of her children before beginning her career. She reared her husband and said, I'm going to push this man so he can provide for these kids that we made before I get things going. Not saying that women should do that, but a big part of your prosperity in life is how you're going to get behind a man to work for you. Remember, suckers work. Smart people get other people to work for them. Women are the only people that are allowed to do that. Right? You get to have 2 incomes instead of saying, I'm a boss chick. I can do this on my own. Say, well, no, I'm a submissive chick and I can have mine and his. Who wins?
And you know what? So I think that's where you and I think we've agreed on that for several episodes now. I think that, but the problem is because I have a son. He's in college. He's in his 20s, but he's in college. And I always tell him, I see the girl I would like him to be with because I think that she will be a great helpmeet. Because I feel like if you're out in the streets, that can be a distraction. Okay.
You have a 20-year-old son?
I do. And he's a good kid. Like he's a good catch to me, anyway, because I know how to read him. But he goes to a very prestigious college and he has girls there. And I just feel like just grab one of those. They could be a great help me to you. And they're good girls. He don't be wanting them. He want the other one. I'm like, Oh my God. The fastest way to get knocked off of your purpose is to run around after one of these
Listen.
crash shows.
What's the other type? What's the other type that he like? Because he might be on to something. Hold on. What's the other
What is
type
he
he like?
on? Not,
Explain.
Oh,
No.
Um,
Explain.
so as a woman, I can tell the good girls. And what he likes is more of, like the baby hairs be slicked down, the little no
All right,
nails,
never mind. Never mind. You're wrong. Yeah,
when
I
they
get what you're saying. All right, yeah.
you
yeah,
know.
but
Um, I'm like, yeah, hey. That is not how we want to do, because that's how you end up getting in trouble, or getting in the mess with. And I'm
listen.
not saying mess like you're not gonna. He's not like the kind to do anything criminal or anything. But I'm just saying you end up getting caught up with a girl who, the toxic girl, and then now you're off your part. You can't think about what you're trying to do because she got this noise going on the side. Whereas
Listen.
this calm, nice girl who has both of her parents in her life. She's got her head on straight. Like, what is wrong with this girl? Why can't we focus on this girl?
Listen, I think
Opposites attract. I think that's what
right
it is.
now, yeah, in our society, I actually don't think for women got to get their life together fast, right?
I hope he's not
You have
watching this.
you
He's
have a
good
clock
watching
in,
this.
you have a clock running. For dudes, I think it's actually not a good idea, even though I would prefer that they get it together, because men have too much access now. So I think that's the way you breed a cheater in the future, by telling them they need to get serious too early. You're
I,
telling, well,
so
hold on. You're telling the people who have the most access to free ass in history to go ahead and settle down. It's the most unattractive option, right? If women were requiring marriage, every young dude would want to get married so we can get the box. The ultimate prize is free. So you're telling him to be respectful and traditional. It's like a loss. It's like taking a loss. That's the way they look at it now.
so what I am asking him to do is, if you have needs that men claim that they need, I would prefer you do it with somebody who has their head on their shoulder. You guys have the same values and you go in the same way than
Nope.
somebody.
He's gonna ruin
Nope.
her.
Yeah, no, you don't ruin a good girl.
Listen, no, I didn't say ruin her, because we don't want to ruin anybody. We're talking about for long term.
The other one's already broke.
I don't want him to be somebody.
Nah,
Look,
this is traumatized drunk. Bust her down.
you guys. I believe that helpmeets are just that, they're helpmeets. If you look at like I told you, we did an episode on this. I went through and researched all of the Black billionaires, and they all had one thing in common, except for two, because they all had the same thing in common. They met their wives who got them through that in the same university. Even Robert Smith, who we know is the most popular, he had a wife who he had married. She's in the same thing he was in, and they pushed each other. You understand? So if you want to see, you don't need anybody, any outside noise. I want him to have a true help me, because women can get you there. If you tell us that you have a dream and if we see that you believe in it, we're gonna make sure we're gonna remind you every day. You said you're gonna do what? Okay, let's get it. That's just what a good help me does. She's gonna make sure you're
but you also got to understand, those men they can meet the woman there, right? But get married later. That also happens too. It's not like they getting.
I don't want to use people. Then that's going into using women as well. I feel like the person you ride it out with is the person you should be with.
No, I'm saying they're going to get together eventually. What I'm saying is he could still meet the woman he's supposed to be with, but in the meantime, he's getting them rocks off. You gotta leave him alone.
I don't like that.
I also want to say, because we hear all the time women don't listen, so I'm practicing listening. And what I heard both Marcus and Mike say that's different than what you're saying, Shan, is that instead of like nagging and telling and literally pushing that man into that
I just suggest. I don't.
But it's not even suggestion. What they've both talked about very clearly and got really starry-eyed about was that these women inspired them to become that person, right? And I think that's where a lot of women, myself included, have made those mistakes in the past, that we push instead of inspiring. And I think young girls haven't really been taught that at a young age. And so that's what they do, is they push. So I think that he doesn't need somebody to push him. I think when he meets somebody who inspires him to be that person, he's going to do it naturally without you making those suggestions. Because like you said, if you have raised him well, he's going to recognize that, right? So I think
he looks smart. And you know, you know, you can't really get both that much, but he's
Okay,
definitely
so
looks smart.
I hope
Point
he's
is valid.
listening. Can,
Let
can-
me
oh,
not say that about my child. He is really like I could not like this guy. I would have to be here all day bragging about my son. He is absolutely the most awesomest thing. Like he cooked fried fish today, and it was like off the chain. It was food ready when I like, look at you. But and he's handsome. He's smart. He's about his stuff. He has his vision. He and his dad have a vision, and they're sticking to it. You know, I just don't want him to screw it up by meeting the wrong mate. Especially when we talk about all these women that are now in this new generation. I don't want that to be his experience. I really don't. I hope that he comes to his mom to vet.
so
And all his
I hope
TT.
he's listening. So the number one thing I would actually tell him, don't even worry about the chick, bro. Don't even worry about it. Stay on your purpose. Get through school.
Yep.
They're gonna be there. I promise.
Yeah.
They're gonna always
I tell him that
be
too.
there.
Yeah.
And Inaz, you and I have to find a point of contention tonight or something. But we got to get back on track next week or something because you have been on point tonight.
Yeah.
On
And
point.
to your point about Shane,
Which it does always make sense. It's just that you guys never mind.
she makes sense to y'all. I mean, well, no, tonight she make perfect sense. I have no gripes. But the other thing that you said about the black billionaires, please remember the reason why I don't want him to find a woman in college. You're assuming the women in college now are just like those wives of those men were. We are in like they are teaching full progressive liberalist agenda in college. You don't actually want those women at all. I'm gonna be honest.
I know. So I think that the women I'm talking about, I have people in my mind, like actual people in my mind. And so the women I'm talking about in particular, I know their parents. These are not the ordinary women. They are straight up like not in the streets doing that. They are just great.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's just the worst part is like the most distractions men have ever had. Like men do have fun in college. Right now, they're having too much fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's
well,
way
he don't
too.
go to a fun college. He goes to a brilliant. Like
I mean, with the women, that's worse. It's like if they can be smart, they still know how to take their pants off, right? So it's like, look, they like if men were supposed to be on their purpose, right now, women aren't even just having sex and all that type of stuff. They're super forward with it. Right? They're pulling the Robin Givens boomerang trench coat on you and stuff. Just crazy stuff. So it's too much for men to deny. And all the young dudes, I'll be like, listen, man, be safe. that's just protect your seed because I'm not stupid enough to tell a young dude not to take it. So it's like, I know you're going to take it. I'm telling you what happens after. Like, I'm gonna give you an example of the advice modern dudes need. Everybody always says wrap it up. That's actually stupid advice, right? Because of course, if he's being responsible, he's gonna wrap it up. Tell these young boys what to do when the girl wants to have unprotected sex. Boys don't know what to do with that. When you're on top of her and she's whispering in your ear, take it off. Or she just reach down there and rip it off. That's the advice boys need because they don't know what to do in that situation. So that's what you need to be telling them.
But I'll tell his dad to have that conversation.
Okay.
But
that's a hard fight though.
He'd rather hear from his dad. But again, in my opinion, I hear what men are saying. I know it's inevitable. I don't know the male nature like that. But I would prefer him to get married at an earlier age to a good, wholesome woman. And they have their life like, Anton and his wife, or you and your wife might. I don't know what age you are. Or all people who married young and they're like, oh, but I love my wife. She was with me since I was 19. Like that's what I want for him. That's what
I mean, that's rare.
Yeah.
I mean,
I hope that she was 19.
I can pray for it. Let me, even if it's rare, that's what I want.
I was gonna say, just pray for it. Most people aren't doing it, but really, I just don't want him to get caught up. That's what I'm gonna tell my own son. because I don't
Well,
even want my son to go to
but
college.
I don't even want him to be, because I know he's I don't even want him to be in that toxic mentality where he feels it's okay to just go around to women and having sex with women and damaging the women. I don't even want that. I don't even look at that as being okay. So I don't even want him to be into that. That's the reason why I want him to find a mate at an early, God willing, he finds the woman of his dreams, and she's the vice versa, and they just ride this thing out. Because I don't want him to be in the toxicity that's in the streets these days.
That's gonna be a fight against like biology. Like
people do it all the time. It's that people out here doing it all the time, every day.
I mean, Chic a virgin, so yeah, it's possible.
She ain't no virgin, but it's virgin. No, but you're right. Like even if a
Chic a
man,
virgin.
it's men out here who are virgins. Like are men who are
Real
just
life virgins.
having sex.
Chic a virgin.
Why you say Chic not
I
a
don't want him
virgin?
not here to have sex.
Yeah, Chic a virgin. He really is.
Chic
Like, no
not a
bullshit.
virgin.
Yes,
No,
he
is.
You thought we were like playing? He's a real true to
Dead
life virgin.
ass Chic a virgin.
I ain't just playing with, not in Atlanta, and he live in Atlanta. No, sir, I don't believe it. You can try
He
somebody
is.
else.
It's attached to his faith. Like it's part of his.
Okay, that's different. Okay.
That's why I was selling him so hard. I'm like, I know this gonna be a good man.
That's so.
Anybody was looking
That's
for
not
one.
good for an older woman. Well, Nas doesn't have. Nas, you don't have children, right? So that may work for her.
No, I already stated my age preference. Sorry.
So,
but we got a super chat. Congo English, $10. Trigger, how would you advise a black man, self-made, and don't cheat, can't handle more than 1 cent? What would you recommend him, sincerely speaking?
if he means in terms of like what, like a woman?
I don't know. That was the super
Let me
chat.
see. Put it in the chat. What do you mean? So I can understand the question a little better.
Congo love these little incomplete thoughts. Congo, put it in the chat so he can answer it. We're about to sum the night up.
Oh, so he said yes. So he said
Self-made.
yes,
Don't cheat.
like a woman. So I don't know his age, but seems well spoken. So if he's in his 30s or 40s, you got to get a young woman. At this point, I'm gonna be honest. The women our age are insufferable, and I don't mean that to the average man. They are insufferable. You got to be careful. Like I said, you got to be careful with these political radical 25-year-olds, but you got to get you a 25-year-old. You got to get a woman who's just like not even impressionable, not in the sense of saying stupid, impressionable to the point where, remember I said a woman is not good enough for you if she doesn't amaze you. A woman should look at it the same way. This man, you will be amazing to her, right? I heard Angry Man say something. He said, damn, I forgot. I lost my train of thought, but a woman should be amazed by what you can provide. Oh yeah, if my wife was to divorce me today and be like, "You're never gonna find anybody like me," she wouldn't say that, but I'd be like, "Hell, do you know what resources I have now? If I go get a 25-year-old, bring her to this big ass house, or if I go back to the gallery and get me a fly ass condo looking like Marcus and Boomerang, I got the nice car, I got the 401k and all this stuff. She's going to walk in feeling like she just entered a utopia. That's how women should look at their men. And a 25-year-old will definitely look at you like that.
Let me just say this, and maybe it's because they're not looking at 25-year-olds. I know a good deal of men who are single, and they have they live a pretty decent life. I'm not gonna lie, they're not that attractive at all. And they are not having this thing that you guys are saying about this finances. They're not having the same look. And if they do come across, it's not the woman for whatever reason they had in mind. They have access to the women that they have in their mind. So I think it's a little bit more than finance for a lot of women, especially the women they want at least.
Wait, you saying men who aren't able to get women?
And they have money.
Well, I don't know where they're looking, but
I'll say
women
that.
have always, like you said, women are naturally hypergamous. So
right,
you know what?
I'm saying
you know what? Let me I think I believe you, because here's where men and women are going wrong.
Okay.
I don't think right now in society people allow themselves to be put on to anything new. People are stuck in their like one track way of thinking. They're super selective. I want this type of woman. She got to look like Tamron Hall. She got to have like they're too much like that. And I think one of the reasons I had success is because I was willing to be open, right? I only like girls with long hair and big butts and big chests when I was young, right? Then I said, well, there was like a girl with natural hair hitting on me one, and I was like, damn, I don't really know this look, but she's so soft and she's obviously beautiful. Let me try it out. And then all of a sudden, I only like girls that look like her after dating her for 6 months. So it's like allow yourself to be put on to something new and expand your worldview a bit, and you find like you will amaze yourself, right? It's I believe too many men are going to that when they say they can't find women, no, you can't find that certain type of encapsulated woman that you like.
So that's it. That's what I said. Go ahead.
If I can also say, the same way that we criticize women for wanting a man who is already established, I think men want a woman who already looks the way that they like. But when it comes to men of means, you have the means to transition her into that look if that is what she would like. It takes money to look that way. And so if she's not ready made and you are willing to make that compromise, she can become the thing that you like to look at. And I think that is where some men could maybe be a little bit more open-minded.
Because you guys, it's guys out here with money, and we're not talking about little money. We're talking about $750 a year and above, okay? Who are being friend zoned. The women are around them because of the lifestyle, but they are being friend zoned to the, they get what they get, and they just.
So Inez, the exact same thing works in reverse too. What you said that I'm sorry, you said that women did what, or
that they want a man who's already there, already established, ready made.
Mm-hmm.
Exact, like so. Some of our family friends, they'd be like, they used to say where your brother at, like but he's married now. So now they'd be like, you got any friends, whoopie whoop? And I'll tell them, and they'd be like, not my type. I said, what the hell do you mean your type? If you're talking about a man of principles, a man of value, they'll say he's cute, but stop there. Because if you're attracted to him, this dude got money. The same way I told you that first girl, because I could dress, but she was like, you're so well spoken. I don't know why you dress like this. She meant in Jordans and hoodies and stuff. That girl went to Express and bought me the flyest outfit and said, your first interview, I want you to wear this. And I started wearing stuff like that for the considerable future, right? So if he has money, use his money to make him look the way you want him to look. He will actually appreciate it if he can't dress.
So what about if he's like got that? Because I don't like to talk about people.
You know what?
Listen, I went. Look. This is no lie. I promise this really happened. I promise. I went on a date with a guy, great guy, and he will be what I consider a nerd, not a geek. Remember I told you the whole story about the nerd and the whole, it was just. Can you take that out of somebody?
No, and I think it's bad to even think you can take it out of someone. I know a few.
A lot of these guys I'm talking about are that guy. They're that guy.
Let me tell you. So when I graduated, my first job, there was somebody else got pulled into an administrative role with me. She came in to talk to me one day, and she was like, such and such likes me, but he was a nerd. And naturally, we're on the track, the administrative track, become COO, all this type of stuff in the mental hospital. And she's like, but I like guys like you. They got a little swag that wear these type of clothes. And I was like, yo, that's a good dude. And I said, here's the funny part about it. That's what I said. Allow yourself to be put on. I said, you don't know he's whack. You think he's whack. Do you know anything else about him? His worldview, his beliefs, the way he treated his mother, all of this. I said, get close enough to him. You don't got to date him. You don't even got to have sex with him. Allow him to take you on a date. Allow him to get closer. Just go to his office and have conversations with him. They are married. They've been married for like 8 years.
So I love that point, right? Because I think nerdy guys are great. I just like being able to have like a really good conversation. Nerdy guys are really where it's
I
at.
got several, girl. I'm gonna hook you up. You
Send
want
them
to
my
come?
way. But here's the other thing, right? I think that to what we were talking about earlier, women have an ideal of what certain things look like, right? When we talk about men of means, typically women mean that in the white collar world. And a lot of them will negate the fact that these blue collar guys are making similar incomes, but they won't look at them because it's not prestigious. And I think the same thing goes for nerdy guys. They get a bad rap because they're not the popular guy, they're not the cool guy, but they give you all of the other things that you're looking for. You can change the way he looks, you can change his style, but to what Mike was saying, his personality, like, is that really what you're looking for? Because like the real superficial stuff can be altered, right? If he's attractive, if he's cute, because Trigger, you said he was cute to her. If he's cute, if really like the clothes he wears is like a deal breaker, I think that, if that woman passed him up, she was never going to appreciate him if he dressed better.
Oh,
That's
and I left a part out, a critical part out. I didn't say this to her, but she had a daughter. She had a daughter while we were in college. And I was basically saying, like, look, you need somebody to take care of this baby. Not only that, he whipped. Yeah, I said, so what? I said, you don't even know yet that his relationship with that child could amaze you. And that was her sticking point. She's like, oh my
That is
God, she
attractive.
loves him. She loves him. He's so supportive of it. And I said, if you don't allow yourself to be put on to something new, women, like I said, don't mature in a certain way until they get older. And I believe that missing bone that they have is you don't even know what you're attracted to yet.
You know what?
All that superficial stuff is going to fall away, and you didn't realize that his manliness, all of his masculinity was in the way he treats people, and that was what's actually going to hook you, right? So she allowed herself to do that and got
So
married.
let me give you a real life example of the same person, because I did like the person I'm talking about in particular. I did like this person, okay, but I liked them more like, oh, I liked hanging around this person. I like getting to know. It was just always crazy to me because I just was not. I just if I were to have it be intimate with him, it would definitely be a duty. Like it would, I could never see myself initiating it. I could never see myself, I would do it because it would be if I married him, it would be my duty to do so. But it was not one of those things where it was just a part of me, a desire. As some people, you just have a desire, like you just, it wouldn't have been. And so I knew that would be an issue, because I know men.
Can we get some women that have been in arranged marriages on here one day, or that are in an arranged marriage?
Sure, absolutely,
I think
sure.
that'd be an interesting perspective because
Damn,
at the time, they tend to have great relationships from what I can see on the outside looking in, and they grow to love each other. It's kind of it's a little different. I
So
think
I'm
that'd
a
be
product of an arranged marriage.
okay.
Ah.
My parents were an arranged marriage, and that was exactly it. And so growing up, I was always taught, like, you don't understand what love is until you actually start to do life with somebody, right? And so that appreciation, that attraction, it goes to a little bit of what I was saying earlier, that those feelings come up when you watch that man be a man, right? And that was something that in the generation of arranged marriages. Now, I a lot of arranged marriages around me in my culture. I'm East African. So it happens pretty frequently. Some of them work out great. Some of them, it's literally just duty, and we do this for family, and this is our obligation to each other. Not happy, but functional, right? But the one I grew up in, it did kind of, I got to see my parents grow together and like be playful and be loving and also fulfill their duties, right? I think duty is really important because you don't always want to do everything all the time. And duty is that thing that shames you, essentially, to what Trigger Mike was saying earlier, into doing your job even when you don't want to. I think this idea of, being happy and wanting to do everything all the time is a little bit of a fantasy that comes from both men and women.
And I want to say too, I think I think that arranged marriages can work if you've never experienced love before. Basically, if you didn't have any experience any other place and they put you together and that was a duty, I think that it becomes too much when you've experienced and you're comparing that feeling. I've had that feeling before. It's hard not to escape that feeling. You don't think so?
No, because it's a very different kind of love,
Yep.
right? There's a love that comes from consistency, from stability, and from going through life together. Whereas that other kind of love, it typically is very lustful, right? It's
Yep.
it's a, it's a fast burn instead of a slow burn. So we're comparing apples to oranges. Yes, they're both fruit, but it's not at all the same thing, right?
And that's my thing. I think I could love him. It's just the point in, like, I would not be like, oh, I can marry this man and be with this man, and I know that he's gonna want.
Shan, you're selling yourself short. So you got to understand the other side. So
That's not.
Inaz just said,
That's a
"Oh,
real.
first off, I got to say, Inaz, we got beef because you East African. Uh, my brother's my brother's choice in wife, like his college girlfriend was East African, and because we're Nigerian, her parents didn't accept him. So screw y'all for life.
Y'all are some colorists though. I don't mean not maybe not you and your family, Nas, but I've heard some stories.
Oh,
Wait. Both ends are colorist. We're not going to play that game.
oh yeah.
Both
The
ends are colorist.
Nigerians too.
Yeah. No.
No, East Africans are just racist. Like they're not colorists, they're just
Look at this,
racist.
got the African war, okay?
Like you got to marry a Ethiopian, Eritrean, all the, so. But what was I gonna say? So Shan, to your thing about love. So Inaz said that's a fast burn, right? So aren't we noticing that people that want this very lustful type of Disney type love aren't these the baby mamas we hear cursing out their baby daddies? Oh, they were love. They did all these things for him. Oh, I'm so in love. Oh, girl, he blow my back out. I can't stand that. Like, don't we see this on an everyday that doesn't last? So it's like I don't know if people again we use the word delusional, but why aren't you seeing that type of love is proven to you that not only does it ruin your family dynamic, it doesn't last and isn't good for you for the long term. Everybody says they want, especially women say they want to be married forever. This is the type of man that can give it to you. And the bad part about it is that I think we sell it short, right? Because even though I love, like I had a very like big passion for my wife, I chose her with my brain. Right? I chose her with my brain. I still had like lingering stuff going on with the
We're gonna be
next.
off in 6 minutes, you guys. We
All
gotta
right,
start.
gotcha. But I chose her with my brain. I said, this is a smart decision. The way she is, I'll be married to her forever.
And that is why, like, I firmly agree with you that it takes another man to vet a potential partner for a woman, because women forget that part. They forget that part of choosing up here and not just choosing here.
Well, I'm
And
choosing right here, but I know that right here may not be happy. Um, if he
which
is
means that you're choosing.
okay with me not like I'm never gonna say no because that's just not. I'm just not. I know that, but I may not be like how some women's like. I know some men are, and he actually said this. He's like, I want my woman to desire me, and I'm like,
Look, if it all worst come to worst, go to the store and just get some of that Astroglide and just have it prepared at
Yep.
all times and fake it.
Look, even with women, here's the worst
there
part
you
about
go.
it. Just as long as you're not,
Yeah.
as long as you're not with a super sexually conservative man, like look at all this stuff out today. If a man has to be reasonable, dependable, and consistent. Reasonable means that if you take anything to him, he's gonna be like, all right, I can see that. You're like, babe, listen,
He
you
said,
are good. We know you're good in missionary. Let's spice this up. I want to try this and try that. Like, so when you really ask, women don't do that.
well,
Wait,
They
this
just
say it again?
is the point. I said that. So
So I get you. I got you. So what Shane is trying to say is that it's not the spiciness of it, it's the actual initiating the act in the first place. And I want to, from woman to woman, let me spin it for you a little bit differently.
okay, thank
When you've already placed him in a friendship zone, then like that stops you from really seeing him as he is, right? But in an actual relationship, when you see him showing up for you, caring for you when you're sick, being involved when it comes to your children, that attraction and that wanting to initiate, it may not be super lustful and let me tear all your clothes off, but it's like I feel this closeness with to you. Yeah, it's I feel this closeness to you, and so I want to share this intimacy with you, right?
That was what I
And
was.
and that is the difference, right? I
No,
think
Mike, you were talking about some kinky. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
but
no, I think you
that
just said
applies
that
too,
beautifully.
right?
Yeah.
And I think that is the fear that a lot of women have when it comes to the nerdy guys, that like, you know, that they only function one way, but that men are still men, right? And so if you ask, hey, what do you like? What do you want to try? Like, you know what I mean?
It's
Being
not even that. I think that for me, like I have, so for me, you know, I'm gonna always say, women, close your legs. That it is easy for me to say because I don't even the attraction that most women. I think this is the dysfunction in my head. The attraction that most women have for men. I'm not saying I'm gay because I'm not attracted to women, but the attraction that women have for most men, I just don't have it. You know, I don't know if it's a scarce. I don't know what it is. It's a part of my brain. I just don't have it. So when a woman says, "Oh, I slept with it," and I'm like, "Why?" You know, like why? How are you coming across this many guys you even want to open your legs to? I just don't understand that. But I think that so the way my brain works, so to speak, for me to even want to be intimate with you, for me to fulfill it, I have to have a connection with you. It's not always physical. It could
Yeah.
be like a connection with you. That's the only way that I can really enjoy it without it feeling like a duty. You know what I'm saying? So, but I will try that. You may be absolutely correct. Maybe I don't give it enough chance for me to even see. You know, but let's just be honest. How many men, not him, because I think he would, but I'm just saying if there's somebody else out there like me that thinks like me, how many men are willing to show you that they are going to do all these things for you up front? You know, because so many guys are going in expecting, you know, sexual, you know, not every man is going to hold out like this guy's for me. That shit is abnormal. If I tell you how long, is abnormal. Okay.
Yeah. You
Well,
know, I
a
think
lot of them are in the friendship zone already, so they kind of doing that.
yeah.
If you
And
have that zone,
Say what now? What did
a
you
lot
just
of those men that will do for you and hold off waiting on you to come around are already in your friendship zone. Like,
Oh
and
yeah,
they're
I know.
showing
This one is definitely in the friendship zone, but I'm talking about other women, like because it's so. Because let's just be honest, the amount of time that that guy has waited in the wing, most men are just not gonna do it. They're just not. You
Did you
know.
ever give him a shot?
No, I go out with them all the
so
time
Inez touched on it. She said the key word, which is intimacy. And that is because we have such a self-worth problem in the community, we also have an intimacy problem. The interesting thing is that women keep saying, well, I don't get a spark from this guy. But the statistics say you also not having orgasms. What you're looking for is superficial excitement from a man you want. But that lack of orgasm is not due to a lack of sex or a lack of excitement. It's due to a lack of intimacy. So women actually don't even, like I said, they don't know what they're attracted to because you don't know, like you're not getting close enough to a man in the right way, in the way women are naturally supposed to get close to a man. I'm gonna tell you, you know, I'm not even gonna talk about me, but when you see movies, right, and they're trying to show you a very intimate scene in which a woman is like surrendering to a man, it's usually after he's done something super masculine. He protected her from something. Like you see, it's like a near death thing, and she just rips her clothes off and starts kissing him all passionately. That because he unlocked that type of intimate nature. Look, I'm gonna tell you, all husband can tell you, when you do something like that, that woman is going to blow a whole gasket in that bed when she feels that energy, like that closeness to you, because she feels like this man loves me. He is my protector. I am locked in. I get to have him. It's like all of that excitement that you're trying to feel in the superficial sense now comes into like an otherworldly, godlike connection with the man. That is where women will find their what they're searching for, but for some reason, it's where the most women are absent.
All right, I agree. I'm gonna answer this question unless somebody else has one because we're gonna sum it up. What are my expectations of my man? I just expect him to be a great man to me. Like I expect him to come. We went over everything we wanted in a man. All of those things that I said that I wanted in a man. Great leadership skills. Be a great leader to me and my family. I have to trust that he will not lead my family astray. Lead by example. I want to be able to have conversation with him. But these are all things this guy does too. Let me just say that. I want him to be able to. I don't know, great conversation. The only part that I'm missing with this guy is the intimacy part. Like even just to go and draw a kiss. It's like he was like, I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it. Because he's been around for a long time. He is a great guy. I want to like this guy. Like I want to have feelings for this guy because I think he would be so great to have feelings for. And
so another way men, and then the men are going to hate this, another way men can draw intimacy out of women, hold off. If you're seriously interested in a woman and you're trying to seriously vet her for marriage, hold off having sex with her. That girl I told you about.
Don't even mention sex.
That girl that I told you about that wasn't ready. I was very sexually active at 21, right? We were 21 years old. And she just liked the fact that I wanted to hold conversations with her. I wanted her to take her places where she's just like, no man has ever done this for me. I would ask her questions to get a deeper critique of what she meant. She would like sit there. We'd be talking for like this deep into the night. He's like, I've never done anything this like this with anyone before. And it was like month 5. This girl was about to like blow. And you see him like, please. Like, I was like, I mean, if you're ready, because we weren't in a relationship. And I was like, I'm not really ready. I'm getting over somebody. But it's that closeness she felt. She's like, I feel like we're already together. I know.
They do. But listen, ain't nothing more attractive than a man who don't even try to have sex.
Exactly. So it's like the more I put her off, she's like, please, like, could you just relieve me? Like could you relieve me of this?
Okay,
too
much information, Mike. This is a PG-13 show. Hello.
I feel like you're doing this on purpose. I swear I'm not.
You're having a flashback, huh?
Okay, let me tell you this super chat. We're gonna go. Congo, I did leave him. I'm very transparent.
But when it did happen, Mario,
I was feeling.
I already know. Squirt City.
Okay.
Team Fatty, 5 pounds. A salute to the House Speaker Marcus White and to everyone on the panel.
I didn't even read that shit.
Mike.
All right, cool, bet.
All right, you guys, we are about to, it's past our bedtimes. It is 2:04 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're in the ATM.
Y'all know I didn't eat dinner messing with y'all. I'm about to go to Waterbury. Y'all know I didn't eat dinner messing with y'all. My stomach touching my back.
I love your big heart, Marcus. The fact that you were just able to reach back and grab that at the right moment. That was epic.
You gotta let him in. You gotta let Buddy in.
Let him in. Thanks, you guys, for hanging out. The panelists, you guys did an awesome job. Thank everybody in the chat for hanging out with us. You could have been anywhere, Fight Club, anywhere else, but you're here with us, and we love you for it. See you guys next week, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday. Have a great weekend.
All right, y'all.
All right, see ya.